Chapter 258. Wan Pingyuan frowned and said, "If we go from the north to the south, there is a good place to go." Gao Wencheng looked up at the sky outside and said, "It's already past midnight. It's just right for us to go and take a look. After a while, the moon will be very slanted. If we force ourselves to look at it, it will be biased." Wan Pingyuan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go and take a look now." "I'll go too." Gu Luoyen raised her hand. "Let's go together." At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had already arrived at Phoenix Head City. He Yuanyue, who had not shown up for a long time, was sitting in a wheelchair. It was such a hot day, but she was wrapped in a blanket. Obviously, her body was extremely weak and could not hold on for much longer. Qin Fangyang silently watched all of this. The pain in his heart was like an overturning river and sea, and it was truly indescribable. Even without Zhou Xiaoduo telling him, Qin Fangyang could see that he Yuanyue did not have much time left. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Her origin was completely exhausted, and her life was coming to an end. If he Yuanyue was just an ordinary person, she could find some beneficial elixirs to increase her lifespan. However, he Yuanyue used to be a cultivator, but because of her serious injuries, she was unable to continue her cultivation. Her body had become a huge funnel. Even if she took immortal pills and elixirs, the benefits were less than 1%, and 99% of them were wasted. Now that her source was exhausted, there was no way to save her. There was nothing she could do. Furthermore, Qin Fangyang came to the conclusion that he Yuanyue had aged abnormally in the past 10 days, and that was that he Yuanyue must have taken some forbidden medicine and suffered a backlash. At this last moment, he Yuanyue was still exhausted. This made Qin Fangyang feel like collapsing. Now, he Yuanyue was looking at Phoenix City under the moonlight. Her wrinkled face was filled with a comfortable smile. Maybe the sudden collapse of the two big families had a certain impact on the people of Phoenix City. But the Phoenix bloodline has broken free. One of the Phoenix's legs has regained its freedom. It is struggling hard and accumulating power. I only need to wait for the other leg, which is almost free, to break free from the shackles. Then, I will be able to soar. This time, there won't be any obstacles in the rise of the Phoenix vein. He Yuanyue looked delighted. "Xiaoduo, what do you think?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked over and saw that on the vast land, there was a faint mist that kept rising. The atmosphere was clear. As the mist continued to rise and churn, wasn't it a phoenix that was about to spread its wings and take flight? The position he was standing on was the head of the phoenix that had been lifted up high. The mountains on both sides corresponded to the phoenix's wings. In Phoenix City, one of the phoenix claws had already been raised into the air, while the other leg was being pulled out of the mud. Looking towards the south, Nanshan, which had been burned down a few days ago, was faintly flickering with light. It seemed to be the sparks on the beautiful tail feathers of a phoenix when it flapped its wings and was about to soar. The flapping of the wings is complete. No one will be able to stop it. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded affirmatively. Then, he frowned and muttered, "But there are still countless birds coveting from the side. The murderous aura is causing trouble in all directions. It's still a dangerous situation. We can't be careless." He Yuanyue said calmly, "When the phoenix is arrogant, hundreds of birds will worship it. When the phoenix is down, hundreds of birds will want to replace it and take its life for their own use. Although the phoenix has the potential to soar, the danger of its death still exists. It's only right that the birds stay by its side. Perhaps they want a share of the profits, or they want to protect the phoenix. Once the phoenix soars, the hundreds of birds will have a backbone to follow. And the other half, who has evil intentions, wants to kill the phoenix and benefit themselves. When the phoenix vein is completely full, the moment the phoenix soars, it will accumulate countless years of luck. As long as they can share some of it, it will be greatly beneficial. Therefore, every time the dragon veins and phoenix veins soar into the world, countless risks are involved before they soar. This is also the fundamental reason why there are far more dragon veins and phoenix veins that die prematurely than those that soar into the sky. He Yuanyua sighed, and what's even more infuriating is that the number of dragon veins and phoenix veins that are destroyed by the enemy's schemes are not many. Most of them are destroyed by the selfishness of people on their own side. It's sad and lamentable. Zhuo Xiaonian's bright eyes turned and said, but when the dragon vein soared high that day, it obviously soared very easily. It didn't encounter any obstacles at all. Cough cough. He Yuanyua coughed and said, that dragon vein can only be said to be an exception among exceptions. It's an example that is extremely difficult to imitate and evaluate. To be honest, after so many years, the dragon vein that appeared so wretchedly was the first in the world. Ever since humans existed, there hasn't been such a dragon vein. Wretchedly? Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. Yes, wretchedly. I've observed the Phoenix vein in Phoenix City for dozens of years, but I've never discovered the existence of that dragon vein. The only explanation is that the dragon vein has been sleeping underground for countless years like a dream. It didn't work hard, nor did it use the heavenly luck. Logically speaking, most dragon veins and phoenix veins rise from the surface and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all times to slowly accumulate luck. Only then can they soar and soar. But that dragon vein is different. The dragon vein that has been sleeping for God knows how long has been staying underground and not coming out. It's just slowly absorbing the earth chi underground to nourish itself. It doesn't mind the time at all. I even suspect that the dragon vein might have accumulated enough earth chi a long time ago. However, it would rather be silent and sleep than come out and show itself. This time, if it wasn't for the fire coming from the south and awakening the dragon vein, I'm afraid it would continue to sleep until the end of time. He Yuanyue rolled her eyes and glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo intentionally or unintentionally. She said, such a mischievous dragon vein is really unprecedented. It's wretched and cowardly. It rode the wind into the clouds and took away all the luck that it had accumulated over countless years, not leaving a single bit behind. It's obvious that it's extremely stingy. What a miser. Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his nose and thought, this guy's attitude is a bit similar to mine. He's deeply in my heart. Why should I leave my things to others? Zhuo Xiaonian beside him also felt the same. She smiled and said, Master, the temperament and character you're talking about is a bit similar to Xiaoduo. He Yuanyue snorted and said, how is it similar? How can this kid be considered a dragon? At most, he's just a worm. Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, although I'm a worm, I believe that I'll become a dragon one day. In comparison, a worm is better. No one pays attention to it, so naturally, there's no danger. Safety first, the best luck, he. How shameless. Zhuo Xiaonian spat. Ambition. He Yuanyue shook her head and laughed. Xiaoduo, take a look at the potential danger and crisis of the Phoenix vein, He Yuanyue said. Danger? Crisis? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. Where does the danger come from? Where does the opportunity in danger exist? This has become the most important thing at the moment. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo focused his mind and looked carefully again. This time, he looked for a full 10 minutes. Finally, he sighed and said, Grandma He. The situation after this is too messy. I can only see that the enemy and us are tangled and complicated. You have me in you, and I have you in me. It's like a ball of tangled hemp. It's difficult to separate them clearly. He Yuanyue nodded silently. It was already not easy for Zhuo Xiaoduo to see this step. All in all, the situation has been greatly improved. He Yuanyue smiled and said happily, actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to reach this step. If there's one flaw, it's that I still haven't been able to find the location of the Feng Manor. Feng Manor. Zhuo Xiaoduo shut his mouth. He and He Yuanyue were fundamentally different in one aspect. He Yuanyue was not good at walking. She could not fly in the sky or burrow into the ground like him. She could carefully observe and confirm the situation. As a result, there were too many places that He Yuanyue was destined to not see. Sui Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was different. Ever since Sui Xiaoduo mastered aura observation, he had been observing the situation all the time. It could be said that he looked at the layout of every room in his house again and again. Everywhere he went, every building and every facade, Sui Xiaoduo would look at it whenever he wanted to. He didn't know if it was because he was good at it, but Sui Xiaoduo inadvertently discovered something. That was the place with the densest, and most active phoenix meridians was Feng Wu Home Community, where his family lived. However, that uniqueness was blocked by something. If he didn't live here all year round, or if he didn't observe it all the time, looking around every morning and night, he wouldn't be able to tell. In other words, Feng Wu Home Community was the Feng Manor that He Yuanyuan mentioned. And in Feng Wu Home Community, the place with the densest amount of phoenix meridians was none other than his own home. When Sui Xiaoduo made this discovery and confirmed it, he was so shocked that his blood ran cold and his hair stood on end. Based on the layout of his house and the distribution of all the rooms, Sui Xiaonian's room was in the southeast, which was also the starting point of the purple qi from the east and the place where the last glimpse of the setting sun came from. It was also the place where the purple flames soared into the sky and the raging flames rose. After confirming this, Sui Xiaoduo was almost scared out of his wits. The place that countless people from both the righteous and the evil side were trying to find was actually his home. This fact made Sui Xiaoduo's entire body turn numb for a moment. Later, he found out that his parents were actually big shots and that they were living here for some reason. Only then did Sui Xiaoduo feel that he seemed to have found a more reasonable explanation. But there was still one thing that Xiao didn't understand. Since they had made such arrangements and occupied the place, why did they let Sha Polong and the others live? Chapter 259. They could just wipe out the UMNO Alliance's forces and clean up the universe. Wouldn't they be able to break through to the soul-breaking stage peacefully? The reason why he was a little puzzled was because Sui Xiaoduo had some understanding of the situation. Uncle Inan, Blacksmith Wu, and the others were still beyond his understanding. His parents were at a higher level than he knew. It was normal that he couldn't understand the game at the top of the clouds. When it came to the game of luck, few would care about the gains and losses of one place. Perhaps some big shots had other ideas or arrangements. He Yuanyue saw Sui Xiaoduo suddenly shut his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, He Yuanyue and Sui Xiaoduo exclaimed at the same time. Then, they both looked up at the same time and looked in a certain direction. He Yuanyue's face was serious. Xiaoduo, what did you see? Sui Xiaoduo frowned. The evil spirit is coming from the south. It's an ominous sign. He Yuanyue nodded slowly. That's right. The evil spirit is rushing to the phoenix head. It's an ominous sign. Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, and Sister Lan's faces changed. The aura around them suddenly became as vast as the sea. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked into the distance. Qin Fangyang exhaled softly. His right hand moved slowly and pressed on the hilt of his sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword at this moment. He didn't hide his violent aura at all. Qin Fangyang had nowhere to vent his anger due to He Yuanyue's physical condition. His heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. This former general of the five directions could not wait to charge out and kill. To vent the depression in his heart. Everything was going well. He Yuanyuan could relax for a moment, but the evil spirit was coming from the south. Qin Fangyang was angry, but he felt that it was exactly what he wanted. Good. Under everyone's gaze, a large group of people, no less than 30 to 40 people, came from the sky. The moment they saw the other party, Sui Xiaoduo, He Yuanyue, and the others were stunned. The people opposite them were also stunned when they saw He Yuan and the others. Grandma He. Teacher Qin. Zua. Wanli Xiu also followed and asked with a confused look. What a coincidence. In the middle of the night, it was already past midnight. It was really a coincidence that the two groups of people met in the wilderness. Qin Fangyang and the others were also astonished. Governor Wan. Killing intent from the south. Could it be referring to Governor Wan? This. Could he have seen wrongly? Mu Yanyan subconsciously looked back at He Yuanyue, obviously waiting for her reply. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan looked calm on the surface, but they were more alert. They were different from Mu Yanyan. They would not doubt He Yuanyue's words. Not to mention Governor Wan, even if it was the king of the Central Plains, so what? Back then, didn't Shang Qingyun rely on Governor Wan to take root in Phoenix City for so many years? If the two of them were actually colluding with each other and plotting some other scheme, it might not be impossible. He Yuanyue's face darkened. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with uncertainty. So it's headmaster He. Wan Pingyuan was also very respectful to this old lady who had devoted her whole life. He took the lead to salute and then said in a low voice, "Why are you here in the middle of the night?" He Yuanyue smiled and said, "You flatter me. The Phoenix Pulse spirit is coming. I'm still worried. Taking advantage of the dark night, I came to see the wind and aura." She smiled and said, "I'm ashamed to say that this is all I can do now." Her tone was as calm as water, without any ripples. But Sister Lan, Qin Fangyang and the others completely understood her real meaning. Tonight, He Yuanyue came to see the aura. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not be exposed. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so clever that he shouted with a face full of surprise, "Xiao, you're here too. How many steamed buns did you eat tonight? Are there 200? You must be hungry now, right?" Wanli Xiu suddenly blushed and said angrily, "Zua. Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, I will." Hee. Sooner or later, you can eat 250 steamed buns? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, "I counted that day. You and Long Yusheng have eaten exactly 250 steamed buns. You." Wanli Xiu was fuming. Wan Pingyuan laughed, but his expression was full of joy. He said, "You must be the famous Master Zhua. Master Zhua, are you also here to see the aura?" Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed politely and said, "Hello, Uncle Wan. I have some attainments in physiognomy. Aura observation. It's too difficult. I can't do it. I can only smell the aura, he. Only smell the aura. Wan Pingyuan was almost shocked by this sentence. I can smell the aura too. Governor Wan stepped forward and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. He was very enthusiastic. "Master Zhua, when are you free? You must come to my house." Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and said, "I don't have to make time. I'll go tonight. It's past midnight, so it's today." Cough, cough, cough. Wan Pingyuan coughed again and again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had invited this guy to his daughter's birthday tonight. Why didn't he say so earlier? He made a fool of himself. Governor Wan glared at his daughter fiercely. Wanli Xiu stepped forward and acted like a spoiled child. "Dad, this is a fraud. Don't believe him. You may lose money, a lot of money." Silly. Governor Wan scolded his daughter seriously. "You must respect Master Zhua. Don't be rash." "Ah, Igu." Wanli Xiu touched her forehead with her hand. Then they introduced each other and exchanged greetings. But the two groups of people were inexplicably thinking, meeting on the top of the mountain on such a dark night, exchanging greetings. This kind of encounter is really rare in my life. On the other side, Gu Luoyan saw Mu Yanyan at a glance. She couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Aunt Mu. Why are you here?" Mu Yanyan looked at the girl with a mask and asked suspiciously, "You are Yen, Yes, it's me. Gu Luoyen jumped over and happily grabbed Mu Yanyan's hand and shook it. Didn't I tell you that I would come to see you and your disciple, the legendary Miss Ling Nian? Mu Yanyan smiled bitterly. Nian, Come, let me introduce you. This is the descendant of an old friend of mine, Gu Luoyen. You must have heard of this name. Yen, this is my disciple, Ling Nian. Hello. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled and gently bowed. Hello. Gu Luoyen looked at Zhuo Xiaonian and also gently bowed. She didn't know why, but she took off the veil and smiled. It's really uncomfortable to wear this thing. The two women looked at each other and had the same thought in their mind, so beautiful. But Gu Luoyen's thought added another word after the beautiful, so clean. The two held hands and talked. But as soon as they met, they were as close friends. On the other side, Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan didn't show it on their faces, but they were puzzled. Didn't they say that the evil spirit came from the south? Where was the evil spirit? Governor Wan stood beside He Yuanyue's wheelchair, lowered his body and whispered, Before, I really didn't understand the aura viewing technique, so I didn't take it seriously and almost made a big mistake. But now, I won't. Old principal, I sincerely apologize for what happened in the past. This was really a belated apology. If He Yuanyue was the most prestigious person in Phoenix City, Governor Wan Pingyuan was the first official in this territory. He Yuanyue used to find Governor Wan many times about the Phoenix vein. It was a pity that Governor Wan didn't pay attention to this matter because of the Meng family and Ning family. As a result, Governor Wan was one of the few officials in Phoenix City who didn't have a close relationship with He Yuanyue. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. As an official, one has to make a fortune. Naturally, the fewer things under one's rule, the better. If it can be suppressed, then it will be suppressed. The so-called good news and not bad news is not necessarily for the position of an official. It is also to prevent the public from causing more chaos. Governor Wan, you don't have to apologize. In terms of the people's livelihood, you made the right choice. I completely understand. Wan Pingyuan sighed deeply, thank you for your understanding. But in the end, I still feel ashamed. Because I know the pros and cons, I have this idea. This time, Yen came and mentioned that there were two aura gazers beside him. He said that there was a problem with the feng shui of Phoenix City. So many things happened during this time, it is very likely that it was caused by the feng shui, so I invited them to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you, old principal. I heard that old principal is also an expert in this field. Tonight, there are 3 masters gathered together, so we can broaden our knowledge. Wan Pingyuan introduced He Yuanyue to Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu. Then he smiled and said, Next, we are only responsible for listening with respectful attention. He Yuanyue said modestly, I should be the one asking for advice from the 2 masters. Then he hit Zhuo Xiaoduo with his walking stick and scolded jokingly, You little monkey, why are you still standing here? Are you addicted to standing? Zhuo Xiaoduo said obediently, Yes, please come over here. As he said that, he hid behind Qin Fangyang. Everyone's attention was focused on He Yuanyue and the other 2, so they did not care about this young boy. And Zhuo Xiaoduo took this opportunity to look at the faces of everyone present. Wan Pingyuan was really righteous and had a long life. There was no problem at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo had seen Wan Lixio's face many times. It was as if he had a few hairs on his body. Bah, he did not know. Anyway, there was no problem. As for Gu Luoyen, who was relatively unfamiliar, there was nothing wrong with his face. However, there was a very strange aura lingering around Gu Luoyen. For example, Gu Luoyen looked like a person with the naked eye, but with the aura gazing technique, there were clearly 3 distinct auras. Chapter 260. According to Zhuo Xiaoduo's judgment, Gu Luoyen should be guarded by 2 other people. Although the two people hid very well and were beyond the senses of the five senses, because their own luck was always there, they could not escape the detection of the chi-gazing technique. However, this girl actually had two super high-level bodyguards by her side, which made Zhuo Xiaoduo quite surprised. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to mutter in his heart, I wonder if I can trick them to come over and act as Nian Nian Cat's bodyguards. Nian Nian Cat's faintly discernible opportunity, is it here? Looking at the other bodyguards and the few women who came with them, they did not find anything unusual. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood behind Qin Fangyang, using Qin Fangyang's body as a cover, and looked at the two chi-gazing masters through a crack in Qin Fangyang's armpit. These two people were really top-notch chi-gazing masters. Since they were chi-gazing masters, their perception of the outside world was naturally especially sensitive, so Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally had to be unusually cautious. And Qin Fangyang's cooperation with him could be said to be flawless, even releasing part of his own qi to help Zhuo Xiaoduo conceal. He really put in a lot of effort. Master Gao, Master Wang, in your opinion, the luck of our Phoenix City. What do you think? On the other side, He Yuanyue said with a smile. At this moment, Gao Wencheng and Wang Xiyu felt as if someone was spying on them at the same time. It was an uncomfortable feeling as if the two of them were about to be stripped naked. It was as if all their secrets had nowhere to hide. They could not help but look back. But they were met with Qin Fangyang's cold, electrifying gaze. At the same time, the two of them felt that this guy's two eyes were clearly two peerless sharp swords, infinitely sharp, piercing their faces faintly to the point of pain. The two of them were still puzzled in their hearts. The person opposite them was a top-notch master, but they were obviously on the same side and in the same camp, so why was he looking at them like this? The two of them smiled stiffly and turned their heads. Before they had time to think about anything else, they heard He Yuanyue's question. In an instant, the two of them perked up. Because this meant that the three chi-gazing masters in their own areas of expertise had begun fighting. How could he lose? Gao Wencheng focused all of his attention, his heart as calm as still water. Then, he opened his eyes and looked down at the entire Phoenix City area below the mountain. Wang Xiyu, who was beside him, did the same. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. She was not anxious at all. She was still sitting there leisurely, looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers below her. The evening breeze gently blew her thin, snow-white hair. She was indescribably calm and composed. 10 minutes later, the two of them were still observing, but judging from their increasingly cautious expressions, they had already obtained something. Grandmaster He, the feng shui of this Phoenix City is truly pretty good. The Phoenix Vein is already completely formed and will soar into the sky soon. Gao Wencheng gently exhaled and said with an indescribable feeling, Congratulations. Oh. He Yuanyue raised her head. It's just that. The final moment of the Phoenix Vein's formation is accompanied by so many dangers. I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a disaster. Gao Wencheng sighed again and again. I don't know who set up the yin-yang reversal formation. It's really a huge move, actually causing the Wenshui River to flow west. Although this move can be said to be a miraculous move of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, the person's thoughts and desires are too great. They place more emphasis on the word seize in seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. What do you mean? Please explain, Grandmaster Gao. He Yuanyue frowned. The rising of the Phoenix Vein was originally caused by the fortune of heaven and earth. However, although this yin-yang reversal formation facilitated the rise of the Phoenix Vein, it ultimately forcefully changed the direction of the source of life. Intentionally or unintentionally, it took away a portion of the Phoenix Vein's fortune. To put it nicely, it's divided. To put it bluntly, it's seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The seizing of this portion of fortune made it difficult for the Phoenix Vein to be fully formed. It inevitably gave the evildoers a chance to take action. Gao Wencheng's gaze was solemn and his expression was serious. Furthermore, The waterways on the left and right both have a long history, and they directly lead to the ocean. This caused a portion of the Phoenix Vein's fortune to flow with the ocean, and a portion to be intercepted. This further caused the Phoenix Vein's fortune to be insufficient, and its fortune to be deficient. In addition, the target of the Phoenix Pulse's spirit has long been locked on. It's difficult to spread human fortune, and there are many dangers. Gao Wenqing said solemnly, I believe Grandmaster he must have heard that the killing breaking wolf layout sometimes doesn't specifically refer to the three major sects of the No Alliance. More often than not, it's used to describe special killing layouts. At least in my opinion, what the Phoenix Vein of the Phoenix City is facing now is such a special layout. Apart from the killing breaking wolf layout of the three major sects of the No Alliance, there's another one. It's the killing breaking wolf layout that belongs to the general trend of heaven, earth, and man. There's insufficient fortune in heaven and earth, and it's difficult for human fortune to spread. Natural and man-made disasters, double killing layouts, and they're extremely unlucky and abnormally dangerous. He Yuanyua narrowed her eyes and said, double killing breaking wolf layout? Other than the killing breaking wolf layout, there's another killing breaking wolf layout? Wang Shiyu said, my opinion is completely the same as Brother Gao's. I even think that this layout is an almost unsolvable killing layout. If we don't deal with it cautiously, I'm afraid the Phoenix Vein will really die prematurely. He Yuanyua asked humbly, then, in your opinion, how should we deal with it cautiously and turn the dangerous situation around? Gao Wenqing smiled and said, the two of us have only seen one side of the story, and we know too little about the power structure of Phoenix City. We really don't dare to speak rashly. Also, our opinions may not be the same as Grandmaster He's. If we can't reach a consensus on this double killing breaking wolf layout, I'm afraid we'll only end up quarreling in the end. He Yuanyua smiled and said, this double killing breaking wolf layout is real. From the appearance of the current trend of heaven and earth, there may still be some variables, but Grandmaster Gao's opinion is still quite insightful, and shows how brilliant it is. Gao Wenqing chuckled and said, you flatter me. That's why I humbly ask for guidance. I hope that the two Grandmasters won't be stingy with your guidance, and I hope that you can add some more strength to the Phoenix Vein's rise, and fulfill the destiny of heaven to achieve this layout. He Yuanyua smiled. The two's faces became more serious, and they looked up again. After a long time, they slowly shook their heads and said, although it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. As long as it's possible, it's easy to say. Difficult has never been a problem. He Yuanyua said, both of you can speak freely, even if you're wrong, it's fine. Tonight will be an academic exchange. I think. Gao Wenqing said, in the center. Where the Yin-Yang Eye is located, there are two artificial lakes of the Meng clan and the Ning clan. If we can find a way to completely connect them and make them into a lake in the city, then, we can borrow the power of the Wenshui River to reverse the circulation of the lake in the city. It should be able to help a little. Lake in the city. Reverse cycle. Reverse Wenshui. Create a cycle of the lake in the city. He Yuanyua's pupils shrank. Gao Wenqing said, it's just a shallow idea, not worth mentioning. He Yuanyua took a deep breath and did not speak. She turned to ponder for a long time without saying anything. What do you think, Grandmaster Wang? I think Brother Gao's idea is very reasonable, and very promising. Wang Shiyu said, but I just had a flash of inspiration, and it should be useful. A flash of inspiration? A flash of inspiration? Yes. Wang Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, it's really a flash of inspiration, and it's limited to this. If you don't think it's suitable, just pretend that I didn't say it, and you can refer to it. Please say. I think we can build the tallest heaven fire altar in the city center, as long as it can be completed before the day of the Phoenix Vein's soul cleansing ceremony. Wang Shiyu said word by word. He Yuanyua suddenly raised her head. Even Gao Wenqing was surprised when he heard this, and hurriedly stopped him, Brother Wang, you can't say this casually. Wang Shiyu also smiled bitterly. Yes, how could I know that I can't say this casually? That's why I hesitated, and that's why I said it's only for reference. The Heaven Fire Altar is the symbol of the Umno Alliance, and the exclusive signature of the Blaze Shaman. But the Heaven Fire Altar has an advantage that other methods do not have. It can absorb the power of the sun's true fire to the greatest extent, and feed it back to the place where it is located. The Phoenix Veins soul cleansing ceremony is fundamentally the Phoenix's nirvana, and rebirth through fire. The stronger the fire, the stronger the Phoenix Veins power. And the Heaven Fire Altar can provide unlimited heat for the Phoenix Vein in an extremely short amount of time. Wang Shiyu said, it's because of this consideration that I have such a suggestion. However, this method also has a great drawback. If the witch tribe hidden in Phoenix City includes the Inferno Witch tribe, then this Heavenly Fire Altar will instead be used by the enemy, causing the situation to become even more dangerous, even more dangerous. Gao Wenqing furrowed his brows and said, that's a reasonable consideration. However, it's not necessarily true that the Burning Fire Witch branch is hiding here. The Burning Fire Witch branch draws fire to fight. It's neither fire nor martial arts. They won't leave the Wizard Alliance's territory. Although Phoenix City is just a small place, it is still the innermost area of the astral souls. Even if there are Umno Alliance's spies, it's hard to find Blaze Shamans. Once the Phoenix Veins soul cleansing ceremony succeeds, we can immediately remove the Heaven Fire Altar, and there won't be any follow-up effects. Wang Shiyu pondered and said, to be honest, I also thought so at first, but I'm always afraid that there's a chance. Gao Wenqing frowned and said, yes, this matter indeed needs to be considered at length, and we must not cause any unnecessary trouble. If Brother Wang is determined to be a spy of the Umno Alliance because of this, your life will be miserable. Ha ha ha. Wang Shiyu also laughed and said, that's why I've always said to be cautious, to be cautious. These two were obviously echoing each other, talking to themselves. He Yuanyue, however, seemed to be thinking about something. She lowered her head and was silent for a long time. After lowering her head, the anger that was almost uncontrollable finally flashed through her eyes. These two bastards. Acting in front of me. Do you really think I can't see through your sinister intentions? There aren't many old authors who still update like this. Everyone, cherish me. After all, I'm so handsome. So give me a few tickets. Any tickets will do. Chapter 261. But this Phoenix Pulse Soul is a major event in Phoenix City. Gao Wenqing actually bowed deeply to Wang Shiyu with a solemn expression. Brother Wang, once the Phoenix Pulse Soul is successfully cultivated, it's very likely that you'll become the backbone of humanity in the future. You'll be an existence comparable to a grand wizard. It'll be enough to make humanity's future brighter. Brother Wang, since you've already calculated everything, even if you suffer some grievances for the time being, what's the harm? Gao Wenqing said earnestly. To put it bluntly, even if you're really executed as a Umno Alliance spy, you're dead. Gao Wenqing said, don't tell me that your efforts can be completely erased. You're doing this for humanity. This is for the greater good. For the greater good, Brother Wang. Wang Shiyu hesitated. Let me think about it. Sigh, as soon as I said it, I'm already regretting it in my heart. Right or wrong is because I forced myself to stand out. Brother Wang, please reconsider. Gao Wenqing took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision. He said, Master He. Yuanyue looked up. Yes? And Governor Wan. Gao Wenqing said very passionately, if you don't have this plan, then it's fine. But if we do, I'm willing to shoulder this responsibility with Brother Wang. Naturally, Wan Pingyuan heard everything they said. He was inexplicably moved. He said, I'll remember your righteousness. However, this is a major matter. I still need to discuss it with others before I can come to a conclusion. Gao Wenqing nodded and said, that's what you should do. We'll wait for Governor Wan's good news. I hope we can do our part for the greater good of humanity. Wan Pingyuan said solemnly, thank you both. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was suddenly stunned. He had been listening at the side, but no one spoke to him. Although he could understand every word, he didn't seem to understand any of the content. But he still had to pretend that he was listening, that he understood. It was really difficult. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something strange on his back. Sua Xiaoduo was tapping on his back. Qin Fangyang coughed, indicating that he knew and felt it. Then, he felt Sua Xiaoduo writing on his back. These two people are from the UMNO alliance. Everything they said was malicious. Grandma he has already seen through it, but she hasn't done anything yet. We need to see what their intentions are. The arrangement they mentioned is to destroy our previous arrangement. Moreover, they want to summon the other powerful beings of the UMNO alliance. Qin Fangyang's heart couldn't help but tremble, and the gaze he used to look at Gao Wenqing and Wang Shiyu slowly turned icy cold. Just now, he was just listening and observing their expressions. When he saw that these two people were full of righteousness for the country and the people, he thought that these two people were doing a good deed. He even felt a little touched. He didn't expect that the truth was actually like this. This made Teacher Qin furious. Motherfucker, do you think I am a fool? He Yuanyu said slowly, Master Gao and Master Wang. Did you come here with Miss Gu Luoyan? Gao Wenqing smiled and said, yes, we have always been your entourage. We are grateful that you didn't abandon us and brought us along to make a living. He Yuanyu said lightly, you two just came to Phoenix City not long ago. You only looked around for a moment, but you are already so familiar with the situation around Phoenix City. You really have good eyesight and good means. Wang Shiyu sensed that there was something wrong with He Yuanyu's tone. He smiled and said, you flatter me. This is just the basic quality of Qi Watchers. Every time we go to a place, we have to habitually study it. Of course, as long as it is convenient for our legs, it is just a matter of walking a few more steps. When this sentence came out, Gu Luoyan, who was talking to Mu Yanyan, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes flashed with surprise. What did you say? With a loud shout, Qin Fangyang took a step forward. He flew into a rage and arrived in front of Wang Shiyu. He grabbed Wang Shiyu's hair and slapped him 30 to 40 times. Slap 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 slap. Qin Fangyang's slaps were exceptionally swift and resounding. In at most a second, the 30 to 40 slaps were all done. Wang Shiyu's face directly became like a pig's head. Blood came out of his 7 orifices. He didn't even have time to scream. He was completely stunned by the beating. No one thought that Qin Fangyang would make a move at this critical moment. Everything came so suddenly and so incomprehensible. Wang Shiyu was not good at cultivation. He was far from Qin Fangyang. Plus, he was unprepared and caught off guard. When he was caught, he didn't even have time to think of dodging or resisting. That series of slaps had already been done. It was heavy and fierce, loud and crisp. This shocking turn of events caused everyone present to be stunned. Both sides treated each other with courtesy. Their words were polite and the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Just one sentence was slightly inappropriate. Why did Qin Fangyang suddenly fly into a rage? He rushed out like a lunatic and started to beat people to death as soon as he caught them. This wasn't a lack of manners. It was a grudge, a death grudge. Gu Luoyan frowned and looked over. But she wasn't looking at Qin Fangyang. She was looking at Wang Shiyu. Who was He Yuanyue? Gu Luoyan already knew about this before she came. She was the living Buddha of Phoenix City. Who dared to disrespect her? She dedicated her life to the school, dedicated her life to the students. What kind of supreme status was that? What kind of boundless love was that? Gu Luoyen respected such a person from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even feel enough respect for her. This Wang Shiyu just came. Why did he say such words to mock her? This was very strange. Two sharp auras appeared beside Gu Luoyen. They were directed at Qin Fangyang. Gu Luoyen raised her hand gently to stop them. Qin Fangyang didn't seem to feel anything. He was still grabbing Wang Shiyu's collar. He said fiercely, "Who do you think you are? What fart did you just fart? Don't you use your brain when you come out? Let me see if you can fart again. Bastard! Open your mouth like a cesspit. Who is your father? Who is your mother? I didn't teach you well, damn thing." Qin Fangyang's anger was still very strong. He even wanted to continue attacking and beat Wang Shiyu up. At this time, Gao Wencheng, who was standing beside Wang Shiyu, finally came to his senses. He angrily scolded, "What are you doing? What right do you have to beat him?" Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and glared at him. He said angrily, "What does it have to do with you? Get out of my way. If you keep talking, I'll beat you too." Gao Wencheng was so angry that he was trembling all over. Facing the crowd, his face was filled with grief and indignation. "The two of us brothers accepted the governor's invitation and came here to observe Phoenix City. We have already done our best and racked our brains. However, this action is for the common people of the world. For the sake of the Phoenix Pulse spirit, this matter is related to the safety of the entire human race. But just when we are racking our brains and doing our best for the Phoenix Pulse, there is a violent villain like you. You are so rude and unreasonable. You humiliated us and beat us up mercilessly. What is the reason?" Gao Wencheng shouted, "Could it be that you want the UMNO alliance to succeed? You want the human race to fall? You want the Phoenix Pulse to fall into the hands of the UMNO alliance? What are your intentions?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had already shrunk into a corner, was secretly impressed. This Gao Wencheng was so eloquent. While everyone was stunned and shocked, he threw a big hat on Teacher Qin's head. He even wanted to strike Teacher Qin down as a traitor of the UMNO alliance who interfered with the Phoenix Pulse. This was a high-level move, a very high-level move. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned, "This move has a lot of reference value. However, high level is high level, but it is not high level enough. It needs to be carefully studied and adjusted." Slap, 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 slap. Qin Fangyang exploded again. More than 20 slaps landed on Gao Wencheng's face. In the blink of an eye, many of Gao Wencheng's teeth fell out. "I said it had nothing to do with you, but you still insisted on getting beaten up. You were just asking for it. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Fangyang was furious. He slapped Gao Wencheng's face and scolded him, "Do you know who I am? I have been fighting at the Sun Moon Pass for thousands of years. I have killed countless Wu people. Now you are calling me a spy." Thousands of years. Everyone who knew Qin Fangyang felt their mouths twitch. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he had drunk cold water. It is indeed not high level enough. Gao Wencheng's method seems clever, but in reality, he did not see the situation clearly. Furthermore, his own strength is far inferior to the opponent. He is asking for humiliation. This is also because Teacher Qin still has some reservations. Otherwise, this mistake would be enough for him to be beaten to death. Therefore, if I want to use this method, I have to at least satisfy one condition: my own strength must be higher than the opponent's or roughly equal. At the very least, I can't fall too far behind. Otherwise, I will be killed and beaten up. Just like Gao Wencheng now. Beside him, Wan Pingyuan finally regained his senses. He tried to persuade Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin. Please stop, please stop. Never had he imagined that Wang Shiyu would cause Qin Fangyang's rage to erupt and cause Qin Fangyang to attack him just because he said something inappropriate. Although Governor Wan also heard what Wang Shiyu said. Although those words were not pleasant to hear, especially for Yuanyue, who was physically weak. It was a kind of provocation. But Governor Wan felt that it was not to the point of making a life-and-death enemy. At this moment, a figure cut in between Gao Wencheng, Wang Shiyu, and Qin Fangyang like lightning. The person who came was thin and tall. His skin was dark and his whole body was like a cold iron rod. His face was so cold that it was expressionless. He was as rigid as a coffin. Teacher Qin, you have gone too far. The person who appeared was the captain of Gu Luoyan's guards, Wei Chong, who had reached the peak of nascent soul. Chapter 262. It was said that ever since Wei Chong became the captain of Gu Luoyan's guards, no one had ever seen him smile. He always had a cold expression on his face. At this moment, someone in his team was being beaten up. As the captain of the guards, he naturally stood up immediately. It wasn't that Qin Fangyang didn't want to kill. But it wasn't the right time to do so. Even though Qin Fangyang wanted to kill Wei Chong, he knew that he couldn't kill him in front of so many people. He had to find another opportunity. If he killed him now, it would cause a lot of trouble for Yuanyue. Yes, he had to find another opportunity. Wang Shiyu dared to say those words, so he was asking for death. When Wei Chong rushed out, Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes and said, "Too much. Captain Wei, are you saying that our principal should be scolded by him? That he should be mocked by your people?" Gu Luoyan's gaze fell on Wei Chong and she looked at him quietly. Wei Chong said lightly, "I only know that their original intention was for the astral souls, for mankind." Qin Fangyang, who had blind trust in Zhui Xiaoduo, said sarcastically, "I thought you thought too much." Wei Chong said lightly, "I also fought at the Sun-Moon Pass for many years. Teacher Qin, the experience of fighting at the front line isn't something you can rely on to beat people in the back. Brother Wei is right. Killing the Wu people at the Sun-Moon Pass is for the astral souls. It's not something you can rely on." Qin Fangyang absolutely agreed with this point. "What I'm targeting is Wang Shiyu's rudeness. He should be punished for his dirty mouth. He deserved to be slapped in the face. I'll say the same thing even in front of the general. Even if I'm in the military tent right now, I still dare to hit him. I still want to hit him." Gao Wenqing put himself on the moral high ground and then he accused me of being a spy for the UMNO alliance. I won't take this kind of blame. I don't dare to say that I've made contributions to the country, but at least I've put in a lot of effort. He slandered me like this and tried to frame me. It's a blasphemy to the frontline soldiers. If he was talking about you, would you not have done anything? Do you think I'm willing to talk about my own experiences and boast? Do you think I'm bullying you by mentioning my qualifications? I had no choice but to take it out to protect myself. If I couldn't establish my own position, what would the people here think of me? If he succeeds in framing me, what will happen to me? Captain Wei, don't tell me you don't know this. It's still the same question. If it were you, would you not make a move?" Wei Chong was speechless. He was an extremely upright person. He agreed with every word that Qin Fangyang said. Qin Fangyan was right. Those who had retired from the front lines valued their honor more than their lives. Qin Fangyan was right. Those who had retired from the battlefield valued their honor more than their lives. If Gao Wenqing's target was him, he would also make a move. He might even be more ruthless than Qin Fangyang. The reason why you're standing up now is because they're on your side. They're in your team. That's why you're standing up. Qin Fangyang snorted and said, "To put it nicely, you're doing your duty. To put it crudely, Captain Wei, do you still need me to say it?" Wei Chong was silent for a while and said, "Even if there's a mistake in the words, it's an unintentional mistake. Just punish them a little." But Teacher Qin's methods are too much. Qin Fangyang sneered. "If there weren't so many people here tonight, do you think these two people's heads would still be here? Don't you know that I've already been merciful? You've also participated in the war. How can your words be so ridiculous? Wei Chang's expression was awkward. Yes. On the side, Gu Luoyan's gaze quietly moved away from Wei Chong. She looked at Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu again. She thought of something and said, Aunt Mu, what do you think about this? Mu Yanyan's expression was cold. This matter cannot be mediated. Gu Luoyan said quietly, I want to ask, have you activated the clear mirror scripture? N? Mu Yanyan stilled and said, no. There was some disappointment in Mu Yanyan's eyes. Then she said to herself, you too. Did you see if there were any fluctuations in that sentence? The people beside her were transmitting their voices. Gu Luoyan slowly nodded, her expression calm. At this time, a ball of cloud and mist rushed up. A figure appeared in the air and said lightly, Teacher Qin, you don't think that this matter can be resolved with just a few words of reason? An illusory figure in the air, a cloud and mist incarnation. It was cloud transformation cultivation. Gu Luoyan called out, Master Cheng. Don't be rash. She wanted to stop them. When she stopped them, Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu's expressions changed. This Master Cheng indifferently said, Miss, this Qin Fangyang is the one who bullied us first. He relied on his cloud transformation cultivation to injure us. He didn't even put us in his eyes. Captain Wei may be able to swallow this, but I, Cheng Yin Dao, cannot. We must settle this matter. That Master Cheng raised his head and said coldly, Qin Fangyang, I am not good with words. I disdain talking about right and wrong. We are all martial artists. Let's fight. If I win, you apologize and slap your own mouth. If I lose, we leave. Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed with sharpness. He said lightly, good idea. Then he was about to charge out. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo called out, Teacher Qin, your sword. The opponent's strength is tyrannical. If you don't take out your sword, it is disrespectful to the opponent. If you don't win, you will laugh. Qin Fangyang turned his head and took the sword from Zhou Xiaoduo's hands. His face was still expressionless as he said indifferently, Cheng Yindao, if a martial artist wants justice, you have to use your strength to get it. Before he finished, his body turned into sword light and suddenly charged out. That Cheng Yindao was not to be outdone. His body released a dazzling sword light. He followed closely. This fierce battle unfolded in midair. Gao Wencheng covered his swollen cheek and stared at the sky viciously. Then, he turned his head and glanced at He Yuanyue's worried eyes. He said gloomily, Master He, it seems that this teacher under you is really loyal to you. It's a pity that such a person is destined to not live long if he sticks his head out when he meets with trouble. He Yuanyue said coldly, oh. According to Master Gao, only people like you can live for a long time. Gao Wencheng said fiercely, I can live longer than Master He. When these words came out, even Gu Luoyan's face calmed down. She frowned. Wang Shiyu's words before were already suspected of targeting people's shortcomings. It was already a big mistake. He only had himself to blame for being beaten. Now, to an old principal who had taught and educated for many years, dedicated his life to his students, and had students all over the world, saying these words could no longer be described as excessive. It was simply a provocation, a vicious curse. To provoke He Yuanyue again and again, this Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu. A figure flashed. Pa. Gao Wencheng fell out with blood. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 slaps landed on his face. Sister Lan stood out with a cold face. The sword in her hand flashed. She said lightly, I don't like to talk. Did anyone stand up for him? Get up here and fight. Mu Yanyan also stepped forward. Her face was as cold as ice. She said lightly, Sister Lan was one step ahead. Who else? I will also take it. Undisguised disgust appeared in her phoenix-like eyes as she swept her gaze over Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu. She said indifferently, for the sake of Governor Wan and Yen, I've already shown mercy by not taking their lives on the spot. But if anyone dares to jump out without knowing what is right or wrong, then you are determined to be our enemy. Don't blame us for being merciless. Gu Luoyan's aura fluctuated slightly. She immediately stopped it. This matter, it was indeed the two teachers who spoke inappropriately first. No wonder they are angry. If I were in this situation, I would have hit them even harder. Gu Luoyan said. But in her heart, she was thinking. Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu did not give her the impression that they were people like this. They were always careful with their words and actions. Why were they so different tonight? It was almost as if they were targeting the old principal. This was not their usual behavior. Gu Luoyan muttered in her heart. She looked at Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu's eyes. She could not help but be more confused. Why was he acting so out of character? They did not know each other. Why would they purposely say such things? It would cause a deep enmity between them that could not be resolved. Everything had a reason. Then, what was the reason for today's change? There was a loud sound in the air. The blade and sword clashed. It was hard to determine the victor. But that Cheng Yin Dao used a fierce attack. The blade energy was like a mountain of blades. There were tens of thousands of blinding blade energies in the air. The mountain of blades rolled in the air and then fell towards Qin Fangyang. The momentum was shocking. The faces of the several great Xiuzha watching the battle changed. It was clear that this Cheng Yin Dao was using all his power. It was no longer a battle of emotions. It was a life and death battle. Qin Fangyang on the other side still had not taken his sword out of its sheath. But at this moment, facing the mountain of blades, Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed. With a clang, the long sword came out of its sheath. As his body moved, his right hand swung out. Swish! 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 Another 4 Qin Fangyang silhouettes appeared in the air. Each of them held a treasured sword in their hands, and they were ready for battle. The 5 Qin Fangyang's figures moved slightly. They were already in 5 different positions. One stood on one leg. One bent down to attack. One lowered his body to sweep. One flipped his body to attack. The one in the middle whistled and turned into a rainbow. Suddenly, there were 5 rivers of sword energy in the air. Mighty and endless. The waves rose to the sky. They went against the current and faced the falling mountain of blades. Below. Wei Chong was shocked. He could not help but shout, "This is 5-direction sword." So Teacher Qin is one of the 10 great fugitives in the East Army, the 5-direction sword. As a martial artist who had fought at the Sun Moon Pass, Wei Chong was frightened by his own words. Wei Chong's face was covered with cold sweat. He shouted to stop, stop. Teacher Cheng, please stop. Chapter 263. Wei Chong finally understood that Qin Fangyang was the 5-direction sword. The 5-direction sword had been at the Sun and Moon Pass. He had been through hundreds of battles and was a ferocious character. Even Master Dongfang was impressed by him. If Qin Fangyang really died here today, even Gu Luoyan's grandfather's grandfather, the big shot in Shangjing who could summon the wind and rain, would not be able to withstand the anger of General Dongfang. On the other hand, Qin Fangyang had already used his signature move. Even if he were to kill Cheng Yin Dao, it would be in vain. The East Army had always been as united as a block of iron. Nothing could get in their way. Back then, because of an incident, the entire astral souls was shaken. The name of the Eastern Army shocked the world. It was an old soldier who had been seriously injured at the Sun and Moon Pass. He was bullied in his hometown and his entire family was beaten to death. When General Dongfang knew about this, he immediately transferred the old soldier's entire regiment back to his hometown. He even ordered, even if it's the crown prince. Kill him for me. I will bear all the responsibility. Whoever dares to stop me, as long as they are not as powerful as me, will have their entire family wiped out. This was the famous Dongfang command. Because of the incident with the old soldier, it caused a huge uproar in the local area. Everyone who took action had their families wiped out without exception. All the officials who tried to cover up the truth and bribed the local officials had their families wiped out without exception. The tragic death of a family of 5 caused General Dongfang to start a bloody massacre of as many as 7,000 people. That incident shocked the Yanwu Empire and the entire astral souls. From then on, all the retired soldiers were given a high status in the Yanwu Empire. If my soldiers go back and do evil, I will personally send people to kill them and take their lives. However, if anyone dares to bully my crippled soldiers who shed blood for the sake of the country, I will make them bleed and shed tears. I will personally take action and annihilate their entire family. I will make them shed no tears or blood. General Dongfang's words were powerful and resonant. The 4 generals of the north, south, east and west all said, "Well done." The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, praised him, "You have guts." Now, seeing Qin Fangyang use his swordsmanship to show his identity, Gu Luoyan, who also understood the reason, felt cold sweat on her jade-like hands. She was someone who had been to the front lines for many concerts, so how could she not know the name of the 5 swords? This soldier who did not care about his life was the subordinate of the most protective heavenly king. Gu Luoyan had the same thought as Wei Chong. If something really happened to Qin Fangyang here, Gu Luoyan didn't even dare to think about the consequences. At this moment, He Yuanyue's expression was extremely complicated. She stared at the fierce battle in midair. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists. She felt waves of emotions surging in her heart. Teacher Qin is one of the top 10 fugitives in the East Army, the 5-direction sword. These words had a huge impact on He Yuanyue as well. How many troops does Marshal Dongfang have? How many experts were there? What was the cultivation level of Qin Fangyang in the army at that time? There were countless experts under Great General Dongfang's command. Qin Fangyang, a Shao, actually stood out among so many experts and people and earned the title of 10 Desperados. How much did he not care about his life? Why did he not care about his life? No one was clearer than He Yuanyue about this reason. It was because she was clear that she felt heartache. Fangyang. Fangyang. You have suffered. In midair. There was a loud sound. There was a muffled groan. The moment the Sword River and the Blade Mountain collided, the Blade Mountain stopped and disappeared. But the Sword River rushed forward for 3,000 meters. A figure, bathed in blood, fell from the sky. The person who fell was Cheng Yindao. At this moment, Cheng Yindao was bathed in blood. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. There were 70 to 80 sword wounds all over his body. But these sword wounds were not fatal. Obviously, Qin Fangyang had shown mercy. But in his hand, the silver blade that made him famous, the silver blade that was made of Star's secret silver, was only left with the hilt. Clang! The sword light in the sky disappeared. The long sword returned to its sheath. Qin Fangyang's body floated down and landed in front of Cheng Yindao. He said lightly, "The winner and loser has been decided. Justice is clear. Is there any dispute?" Cheng Yindao gritted his teeth, "There is no dispute. I just want to ask, what is the sword in your hand?" Qin Fangyang raised the sword in his hand. He said lightly, "This sword is called Spirit Cat. It was given to me by the great general. If it wasn't for the fact that your silver knife is a rare divine weapon and ordinary weapons can't compete with it, I wouldn't have used this sword. To use this sword against the Star Soul human race, I've let down the marshal." "I see." Cheng Yindao's heart was filled with resentment, but at this moment, it turned into heartfelt envy. This sword was given to him by the great General Dong Fang. No wonder it was so sharp. This Qin Fangyang was so lucky. Gu Luoyen lowered her head and looked away from Cheng Yindao. She transmitted her voice, pay attention to Gao Hiwang. When we go back, investigate Cheng Yindao. The two god shadows beside her did not respond. But Gu Luoyen knew that they must have heard it. Qin Fangyang put the sword back into the scabbard and handed it to Zhou Xiaoduo. He frowned and shouted, "Take my sword. If you embarrass me, I will punish you according to the sect's rules." Zhou Xiaoduo understood and said, "Teacher, don't worry. I will not embarrass you." Zhou Xiaonian stood on the side. Her eyes flashed and she showed a sincere smile. Teacher Qin is giving little Duo another layer of halo. At the very least, ordinary people would not dare to have any ideas about this sword. I know nothing about energy viewing. I have no right to speak. But I can understand human language. If anyone dares to provoke me again, I will still teach them a lesson. I believe no one will doubt me anymore, right? Qin Fangyang looked at Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu coldly. Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to make a sound. They looked at each other and saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. If there is nothing else, we should go back and rest. He Yuanyue said lightly. Both sides said goodbye. Governor Wan watched He Yuanyue and the others leave with a complicated look. Qin Fangyang. Was he that powerful? Gao Wencheng's face was dark. He kept applying medicine and swallowing pills. He asked angrily, "What is this five-direction sword? How can it be so arrogant and overbearing?" Wei Chong looked at him pitifully and said in a deep voice, "Master Gao, I advise you to swallow your anger." He began to talk about Qin Fangyang's past deeds. He also talked about General Dongfang's protectiveness. Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu's faces turned ashen. They did not dare to make a sound. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with bitterness. Legend said Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul. Why? The one who provokes first is the lowly one. We said something we shouldn't have, so it's fine if we are punished. However, this matter of feng shui is related to the fate of Phoenix City and the entire Star Spirit continent. Please reconsider. Gao Wencheng sighed and said, "It doesn't matter what happens to us, but we can't delay the important matter." Wan Pingyuan nodded and said, "I will consider it carefully." On the way back, He Yuanyue called Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, and Mu Yanyan to her side. She said in a deep voice, "These two Qi prospectors. Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu, you think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible." He Yuanyue said softly, "These two people are too dangerous." Dangerous? Yes, dangerous. I suspect, no, I can almost conclude that they are from the UMNO alliance. He Yuanyue said seriously. The three nodded solemnly at the same time. Although the adjustment of the feng shui situation they talked about is irrelevant, it is ingenious and quite accomplished. However, the heavenly fire altar they talked about later has a great hidden danger. As long as there are members of the Inferno Shaman's lineage that come to Phoenix City, they will definitely be killed. There will be no more luck. At this moment, in Phoenix City, or in the surrounding cities, there will definitely be members of the Inferno Shaman's lineage lying in wait. If this altar is completed, Phoenix City will be finished. He Yuanyue said softly, "My body won't be able to hold on until then. After I go, there won't be enough Qi prospectors in Phoenix City to balance the situation. Once the heavenly fire altar is built, it can't be dismantled at will. It also needs the right time, place, and people. It will take at least half a year. On the surface, if there is no great fire witch's intervention, this altar is indeed beneficial to the Phoenix vein. It can even be kept forever. But in that way, there will always be a UMNO Alliance's stronghold in Phoenix City. The so-called hidden danger is nothing more than that. These two people are so vicious that it makes one's hair stand on end. They are really guilty. He Yuanyue took a deep breath and said, we can't let them live. Qin Fangyang nodded, don't worry, leave this to me. If you have the chance. He Yuanyue turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, when you go to Shangjing, you must pay attention to the feng shui layout of Gu Luoyan's house, especially the hidden places. You must make sure everything is safe. She took a deep breath and said, these two people follow Gu Luoyan. It's impossible that they don't do anything and don't make any arrangements. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a bitter face, I know. If I have the chance, I will do my best. But I don't think the chances are very high. The heavenly Tao is constant, and the human strength is limited. It's all up to you. He Yuanyue smiled and said, let's go. Qin Fangyang held back for a long time and finally asked, old principal, what's wrong with your body recently? Why is it so much weaker than before? Almost. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said in a rare gentle tone, Mr. Qin, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to teach in second high school? Or? Qin Fangyang only felt a pain in his heart. What are your plans for the future? She was obviously asking, what are your plans after I die? After a long time, he said bitterly, I will continue to look for my wife. Even if she is no longer in this world and will be reincarnated as a human, I will wait until she grows up and ask her, are you willing to marry me again? Today's third update. In today's update, there are some schemes and things. I wanted to write more clearly. But after thinking about it, I still don't understand. I want to leave some space for everyone so that I won't write too much. If not many people can see it, then it won't be too late for me to write another chapter when I mention it again. Chapter 264. He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly flickered. Then, he said dejectedly, Teacher Qin is really infatuated with love. However, the concept of reincarnation is too illusory. In fact, in life, we have to learn to let go, especially when it's time to let go. Only in this way can there be hope and a future. She said leisurely, when it's time to pick up, most people will choose to pick it up. But when it's time to let go, those who can make a prompt decision are heroes. Qin Fangyang said lightly, maybe on the day I die, I will let go of everything. This was tantamount to telling He Yuanyue clearly. Not stop until death, not stop until death. He Yuanyue sighed softly. Then they parted in the air and went back separately. Sister Lan, Qin Fangyang, and He Yuanyue went back to the second middle school. Mu Yanyan escorted Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian home. When they got home, it was already 3:00 in the morning. It was the darkest time after midnight. What do you think of this matter? Zhuo Xiaonian sat in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room with bright eyes. The old headmaster is right. The two Qi Watchers are indeed from the No Alliance. At least, they are colluding with the No Alliance. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly but firmly, I'm sure about this. It can't be wrong. I know about them. What about the others? Zhuo Xiaonian asked. The others are all right. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about everyone's faces again and said, the others don't make me feel strange. Gu Luoyan is from one of the big families in Shangjing. It seems that these families are quite good at selecting guards. What about Gu Luoyan himself? Gu Luoyan's aura is very decent. He is a rare righteous man. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand why Zhuo Xiaonian was entangled in this issue. Decent? Righteous man? Such a high evaluation. Zhuo Xiaonian was still not satisfied and continued to ask. However, her canine teeth were already showing. Yes, this woman is loyal to her country, friendly to her own people, and abhorred the No Alliance. Her qi is concentrated and her spirit is clear. She has ice skin and jade bones. She can be said to be a very rare loyal person. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, really, it's very good. Zhuo Xiaonian was alarmed. She smiled and said, she has a clear mind, and she has ice skin and jade bones. Damn, you have a good evaluation of her. To be honest, I'm quite surprised as well. As the saying goes, knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. Before meeting her, I've read a lot of news reports about her. More than once, I suspected that she was just using the military to hype herself up. But after meeting her this time, I dispelled that suspicion. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, such a woman is definitely not a person who fishes for fame. Everything she does is selfless and comes from the bottom of her heart. It's rare. Zhuo Xiaonian snorted. She twisted her waist and was ready to fight. She said calmly, Gu Luoyan is really beautiful. No wonder she is so popular. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and agreed, yes, yes. Her appearance is really good. She is extremely beautiful. After saying this, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the temperature in his room dropped from the hot summer to below zero. Zhuo Xiaonian said with interest, I saw her look at you many times tonight. She probably has some feelings for you. Damn, your luck is here. If you put in more effort, you might even be able to marry a big star as your wife. How beautiful would that be? A winner in life. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt the chill all over his body getting heavier and heavier, but he pretended not to feel it. He pretended to be calm and natural as he smiled and said, Sister Nian Nian, I don't know if you have misjudged your own appearance, or if you are already used to your own appearance and don't care. Ha! You might think that Gu Luoyan is not bad looking, but when she stands next to you, it only makes people feel that she is superior. Well, compared to you, it makes people feel that this big star has become a country bumpkin. Zhuo Xiaonian was about to fly into a rage, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up. Zhuo Xiaoduo still didn't turn to look at her. He seemed to be talking about himself. He pretended to be reminiscing and said, at that time, I looked at Mr. Mu's eyes. It was obvious that he was proud. Well, how should I put it? It was like his disciple was much prettier than a big star, and much more elegant. That kind of thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo said uncertainly, it should be like that. As long as you have eyes, you can see that when Gu Luoyan stands next to you, no matter if it is height, figure, skin, appearance, facial features, hair, or elegance. She is inferior to you. Well, to say that she is inferior to you by a large margin might be a bit of an exaggeration, but there is nothing wrong with saying that she is inferior to you by a large margin. The temperature in the room returned to normal, and it became very pleasant. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled and said with satisfaction, actually, Gu Luoyan is still very beautiful. She is not inferior to me by that much. Sigh, Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and concluded, you're undervaluing yourself, you're undervaluing yourself. If you only say that a girl has temperament, then you're actually mocking that girl for having nothing else. But Sister Nian Nian, just your temperament alone is enough to defeat 99% of the women in this world. Don't you have this much confidence? Ah, Sister Nian Nian. Gu Luoyan is not even on the same level as you. You are not on the same level. There is no comparison, no comparison. Zhuo Xiaonian's smile became even sweeter. She looked at the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said, damn, why do I feel that I am not very beautiful? Sister Nian Nian. Your modesty is a bit hypocritical. This modesty. You are too modest. It makes people feel proud just hearing it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said righteously, why do I feel that other women are just so-so, they are all mediocre? It is because I have you by my side that I have already been influenced by the best beauty. How can I lower my standards? Looking at Gu Luoyan and Meng Qinyu is like looking at a stick of firewood. It tastes like chewing wax. He shook his head sadly. Nian Nian cat. If I can't find a wife in the future, it will be because of you. When that time comes, you will have to take responsibility. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up happily and snorted from her nose. She said proudly, "You wish. Why would I take responsibility? Humph. We will talk about it when the time comes." She stood up and walked out of the door with her head held high. "I am going to sleep. Good night." Sister Nian Nian, good night," Zhuo Xiaoduo said mushily. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan jump out of the room like a deer, he finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Just now, I was so close to falling into the ditch. That was really close. Life is full of ups and downs. If I am not careful, I will fall into a pit. I have learned to grow up. In the middle of the night, Fang Yinhua, an old fat man with makeup, sneaked out of a room in a residential area and disappeared. This was the place where the residents had just moved. Most of the employees of the Meng conglomerate had moved here. I didn't expect this girl to be the financial manager of Meng's group now. But the current situation doesn't seem to be good. The third girl doesn't know much. She doesn't know much about the overall strength of the UMNO alliance. She doesn't know how many experts they have. Don't you think this is ridiculous? If I expose myself now, there is a 99% chance that I will be used as cannon fodder by the emissary. Bah! 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 What should I do? How can we protect ourselves and retreat unscathed? Early in the morning, Mo Xuanyi woke up very early. His face was full of worries. "Xuanyi, didn't you want to read someone's fortune?" Fang Yinhua had a benevolent expression on his face as he spoke. "I heard that there's a grandmaster in this city who's extremely famous. Shall I go with you to take a look?" "Ah. It is said that this Master Zhuo is very powerful. He can see the past and the future. What is more amazing is that he has seen thousands of fortunes and has never been wrong." Fang Yinhua said, "Since we are already here, why don't we go together?" "Martial uncle, what? Are you going to see?" Mo Xuanyi said in surprise, "I want to read someone's fortune because I have something on my mind. I want to be at ease." "But martial uncle, you. Ever since I came to Phoenix City, I have been very unlucky." Fang Yinhua sighed. "Martial uncle is feeling uncertain. That is why I want to read someone's fortune to be at ease." Until now, Fang Yinhua still didn't dare to report to the emissary. It was just that. She felt very uneasy and unsafe. It is not a problem to go together. Mo Xuanyi really didn't want to go with his martial uncle. He said hesitantly, "But such a big thing just happened. If we go together, wouldn't it be too obvious?" Fang Yinhua immediately understood and agreed, "You learn from experience." It seems that Xuanyi has started to think about problems. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed inappropriate for the two of us to go together. We are too big of a target. He thought for a while and said, "How about this, you go first in the morning. I will go after you. Anyway, that Master Zhuo will read 3 times a day. There will always be a chance." Mo Xuanyi nodded. "Xuanyi understands. Then I will prepare." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the house and parted ways with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan still went to Mu Yanyan's place. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally had to go to school. In the past few days after breaking through, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his head was in a mess. He even had the illusion of tinnitus from time to time. It was because he had absorbed too many things in the past few days. It was too complicated. Sword skills, body movements, footwork, escape, hammer skills. They were all stuffed into his head. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo's learning ability was extremely strong and he was hard-working, with so many things stuffed into his head at once, he couldn't adapt in a short time, let alone digest them all. Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his confusion about Zhuo Changlu's arrangement. If he was only taught one martial art at a time, he would be taught another one after he was familiar with it. Only by doing this step by step would he be able to grasp it well. However, Zhuo Zhanglu had requested that the two of them only do it once a day, once a day. This was far too frequent. Chapter 265. Not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, whose cultivation was still low, even Zhuo Xiaonian was dizzy from this method of indoctrination and found it hard to bear. The worst time was when the siblings were dizzy after receiving the indoctrination. Their eyes were blurred, and they couldn't even stand up and walk. Finally, they both fell on the bed with their heads touching each other. Well, they made a human pyramid. This method of instilling will be done once a day with intervals. When it's time for you to cultivate, you'll have to sort out your own progress. This process of sorting out will be done with the help of divine sense. In this process of sorting out, it's equivalent to a comprehensive cultivation. And by sorting it out like this, the power of divine thoughts will also increase. When you have completely sorted it out and can use it for yourself, the power of divine thoughts will be doubled or even more. Actually, these skills and secret techniques are still too little. It would be best if you could gather more than 30 types. Zhuo Chenglu was still a little unsatisfied with all the cultivation resources of the siblings. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were speechless. Today, I want to spend time with Master and Gu Luoyan. Zhuo Xiaonian said, call me if you need anything. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo made a gesture and turned around. He kept thinking about the 10 minutes of stacking the human pyramid. Sigh, he was at the bottom. It was really. It was wonderful. He couldn't think about it anymore. Oh no, oh no. The Flaming Sun Sutra began to operate automatically like the human pyramid. No, no. See no evil, think no evil. He quickly changed his mind. He was on the street. It was unsightly. Well, he thought about the face. Nian Mao's face. He looked at Nian Mao's face again just now. There was no shock or danger. On the contrary, Mu Yanyan's face was still in a life and death crisis. But he had been reminded several times through Nian Mao. She shouldn't repeat the same mistake. As for his own face. At the corner of the street, Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at the dressing mirror of a fashion store on the roadside. However, this glance made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skip a beat. It scared the Flaming Sun scripture, which was circulating on its own, so much so that it immediately stopped. The sun shines brightly and dark clouds fill the sky. What kind of face was this? Was this a combination of fortune and misfortune? What kind of fortune and misfortune can I depend on? What's going on? What's the matter this time? Master Zhuo felt uneasy. He didn't know what had gone wrong. Why would there be such a thing as misfortune and fortune interdependence from me? That shouldn't be the case. I've been so low-key and honest all this time. The waves that should be stirred up had already been stirred up, and the changes that should be made had already been made. Now, I've been trying my best to reduce my presence, so why would trouble still come knocking on my door? However, it was impossible for him to take a closer look. These damned luck points could be used to see through other people's luck points, but they could not be used to see through him. What a bastard! However, when they arrived at the school gate, all of their troubles immediately disappeared with the wind. So much money. Oh no, so many people were waiting for him to show them the right way. How could he care about his troubles? Sigh, there's no other way. Everyone is suffering, and I'm willing to help. As usual, Zhuo Xiaoduo began his fortune-reading journey. For the past few days, he didn't go out to cultivate, but only meditated at home. He had earned quite a lot of luck points, enough for him to squander. However, he had nowhere to squander them. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never been a wasteful person. Even if he had accumulated 100,000 luck points, as long as there was nothing worth using, Master Zhuo wouldn't use them. This had always been his good habit, and he would never change it for the rest of his life. Another thing was, since he didn't need to go out to practice his sword and hidden weapons, the balance in his card was increasing day by day. In the past few days, it had accumulated to 3 million. Just 3 million. Money is just a number to me. It's not worth a single thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt very proud. Actually, I don't like money that much. I just like the number that I have is getting bigger and bigger. That's all. What is money? Master Zhuo doesn't care about it at all. Master Zhuo was extremely happy. In this excited mood, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at 5 or 6 people in a row and collected more than 200,000 luck points with a calm face. What's there? A blockhead. That's all. Vulgar. However, if it's even more vulgar, even if it's a few 100 million. I, Master Zhuo, can reluctantly accept it. Well, from now on, I'll set a small goal. I'll earn 100 million from him first. At this moment, a young girl in coarse clothes walked up to him. Her face was full of bumps and hollows, and her skin was dark. In short, she was very ugly. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat, and in an instant, he became very alert. Could it be that my fortune and misfortune are interdependent on this girl? Because the moment this girl walked up to him, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt that the greedy wolf's heart hanging in front of his chest, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly became hot. Moreover, the scorching temperature and the length of time it lasted was unprecedented. When Mo Xuanyi walked over, she also clearly felt the throbbing in her heart. The greedy wolf's soul was actually fluctuating in an unusually violent manner. This situation immediately made Mo Xuanyi lock onto her target. This young man in front of her had the greedy wolf's heart left behind by her doppelganger. Then, many things could be connected. Mo Xuanyi took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked into Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was calm, and with his usual tone of a master, he simply said, "Miss, what do you want to ask? Future? Or fortune? Or fortune? Or misfortune?" Mo Xuanyi quietly said, "None of them." "Oh. I'm here to ask. To look at my face, to find my long-lost relatives." Mo Xuanyi said. "Well, I'm here to inquire about the whereabouts of my relatives." Zhuo Xiaoduo put on an act and said, "Miss, please tell me more details. The divination can only give you a general direction. If there are more clues, I can restore more information." Mo Xuanyi seriously said, "I was an orphan when I was young, and was raised by my master. As for the past, I only have a very fragmented and vague memory, about when I was 3 or 4 years old. It can be said that it's very vague and can't be used as a reference. So my purpose is only to ask Master to help me see if my family is still alive. Whether they are or not, I am prepared in my heart, so please don't hide it. If they are not alive, can you calculate where their bones are buried? If they are still alive, how can I find them?" Mo Xuanyi's expression was very gloomy. Her main purpose of this trip was to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo to help her divine her background, but the reaction of the greedy wolf's soul was unexpected. "Miss, you were orphaned when you were young, and looking at your face, you are full of vitality and love. At that time, you were not deliberately abandoned. Instead, you met with an accident that caused your family to be separated." Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a deep tone, word by word. Mo Xuanyi's eyes flashed, "Master, please continue. In terms of facial features, the sun and moon horns on your forehead are slightly higher, bright and clear. Your parents are still alive. However, you don't have the appearance of riches and honor. Instead, you should be suffering from hunger and cold." Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a comforting smile, "Miss, you can relax. Your parents are still alive, and this is already a great thing." Still alive. Mo Xuanyi was so excited that tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. "Where are they now? How can I find them?" Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly. His eyes glanced at the paper on the table with the bank account number, the bank where the account was opened, and the name clearly written on it. He chuckled and said, "Miss, is this a heavenly secret?" The surrounding people burst into laughter. One of them jokingly shouted, "Miss, Our master's was fortune-telling is based on fate, and the most direct fate is the exchange of money. You have to pay. Oh, oh, oh. Mo Shwani suddenly understood, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Master, money is not a problem, how much do you need? Master Zwa said with a sage-like demeanor, meeting is fate, and fate is wonderful beyond words. The amount is not the main point, but the sincerity. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, it's just a number, and it's all up to you. Mo Shwani took out her phone, thought for a while, and entered a number. This was half of the total wealth she had on hand. It was definitely a huge sum. Initially, she wanted to pay all of it, but then she remembered that Master Zwa said that her parents might be poor and cold, so she kept half for herself. Master Zwa obviously didn't expect that his casual words would cause him to lose half of his income. If he knew that Master Zwa didn't care about money at all, perhaps he wouldn't be so upset. At most, he would crazily slap himself a few dozen times. The moment he saw the account information, he was already beaming with joy. 2 million. How generous. The people of the UMNO Alliance are too rich. I like the UMNO Alliance. People. Money. Miss is full of sincerity, and your eagerness to find your parents, I can already feel it, so I will do my best and spare no effort. Zwa Xiaoduo's handsome face was full of compassion. Miss, looking at your face, although your eyebrows are curved, but the ends are slightly raised, and the golden fire in your middle palace is rising. Your eyes, eyebrows, face, and ears are all symmetrical. There is a murderous aura descending from the sky, and a fire rising from the earth. Mrs. Fate, according to the traditional view, is the so-called Phoenix Fate. Phoenix Fate? Mo Shwani frowned and asked. That's right, the Phoenix Fate. With your face, if your life is smooth, you will have great achievements in the future, at least be a female lead. Or, a queen of a king. Zwa Xiaoduo's words shocked everyone present. Even though Master Zwa loved money as much as his life, and he wouldn't do anything without money. His fortune-telling was really accurate. It was so accurate that it was shocking and crazy. So although everyone was shocked, no one doubted it. This girl is so ugly, but she will have such a good husband in the future. If I don't despise her for being ugly and marry her, will I be able to get a lot of benefits? 2 chapters today. I haven't thought of the words yet. I need to think about it. Think about it. Chapter 266. Some of the men's eyes lit up as they watched the scene unfold. Judging from Master Zwa's expression just now, he must have earned a lot. This girl is probably very rich now. Although she's not perfect, she's definitely dark, rich, and ugly. It doesn't matter if she's dark or ugly. I love her person and her heart, not her appearance. Mo Shwani said, what I'm looking for is where my parents are, not my future. What does my current situation have to do with me looking for my parents? How can it have nothing to do with you? It has a lot to do with you. For someone with a phoenix fate like you, perhaps you've been through many tribulations in Xiao Duo's life, or you've been through many trials and tribulations in your life, or you've been separated from your family. These are all the trials and tribulations of the phoenix fate. At least one of them will accompany you. Zwa Xiaoduo said calmly, but you've been separated from your parents since young, and you've been through many tribulations since young. However, when someone with a phoenix fate is born, in addition to their own luck, they're also blessed by the power of heaven and earth. Only by combining the luck of heaven and earth can they have such a fate. Either the place where they were born has great luck, or the ancestral home of their parents is blessed by the phoenix fate. Mo Shwani immediately grasped the key point, the ancestral home of my parents is blessed by the phoenix fate? Master, you mean? You're wise. Zwa Xiaoduo lowered his eyes and said, I can see that. You're blessed by the Big Dipper stars, and you're overflowing with joy. The benevolent palace is shining brightly, and the sun and moon are shining brightly. If I'm not wrong. The person you're looking for is within 100 miles of here. Within 100 miles of here. Mo Xuanyi's breathing quickened. Didn't that mean that her parents were in Phoenix City right now? Master, can you be more specific? Mo Xuanyi could also tell that there was an inexplicable meaning in the first part of Master's Wa's sentence. The Big Dipper stars shine brightly, the atmosphere is filled with joy. However, she couldn't care less now. She only felt her heart beating like a drum, almost jumping out of her mouth. Young lady, don't be anxious. I've already said that young lady has the fate of the phoenix, and this Phoenix City has the phoenix vein. It is the best place to nurture the fate of the phoenix. Furthermore, with young lady's fortune-telling, the person you're looking for is close at hand. That's why I said that the person you're looking for is within a radius of 50 kilometers. Or perhaps, you can directly say that he's in this city right now. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, this part is absolutely correct. Mo Xuanyi took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Grandmaster, please point in a direction. Someone beside him said curiously, you only need to advertise and you'll be able to find them. Master Zhuo's physiognomy is very accurate and he always hits the nail on the head. If he said that your family is nearby, then it can't be wrong. He only gave you a general direction. It might not be as fast as advertising. Mo Xuanyi's lips trembled as he whispered, I want to find it myself. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Do you think I don't know that advertising might be faster? But my problem is, I can't do that. This damned no alliance identity. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, fine. Female benefactor is sincere and unswerving. This poor Taoist can't bear to see this happen. I might as well be a good person to the end and help Buddha to the end. Come, write a word. As he spoke, he handed over a piece of paper and a pen. Beside him, several people were dumbfounded. You just called yourself poor monk, and now you call yourself poor Taoist. Then, may I ask, are you a Buddhist or a Taoist? Write a word. That's right. I'm a direct disciple of Guiguzi. I'm the best at physiognomy. You can write a word according to your thoughts, and I'll use it to point you in the right direction. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with warmth. Direct disciple of Guiguzi. In less than 3 minutes, you've changed 3 sets. If it weren't for your accurate prediction, we wouldn't have believed it. Who the hell is Guiguzi? It's the inheritance of a great fortune-teller. I don't think I've heard of it before, but it sounds very high and mighty. And, so Master Zhuo is from a famous sect. With tears in her eyes, Mo Xuanyi picked up the pen and wrote a word neatly. N. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the paper, flicked it, and said softly, let me give you a few words. Please speak. Mo Xuanyi said very sincerely. Kindness arises in the heart, there is a cause. Raising children is a great family. Separated by mountains and seas, look to your heart for ancestral roots. Purple chi comes from the east, and heaven and earth give birth to the will of heaven. 30 years of young children, look to the east city wall to search. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, go, your parents are waiting for you. Mo Xuanyi memorized each and every word of the prophecy in his heart. He then took the piece of white paper and wrote down the 8 sentences from memory. He then pleaded, Grandmaster, please look again. Are there any mistakes? No. Thank you, Master. Mo Xuanyi bowed deeply and was about to turn and leave. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Miss, please wait. Is there anything else, Master? Mo Xuanyi stopped and turned around. Let me give you a few words. It can also be considered a piece of advice. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were shining. Please enlighten me, Master. Mo Xuanyi was very respectful. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment, then slowly said, a mountain, a river, and a people. Gratitude and grudges are intertwined. You must have kindness in your heart. Don't forget that heaven and earth give birth to your heart. Water has a source, tree has a root. Walk the right path. Don't feel guilty. Don't be a sword in the evil spirit's hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, go. Take care of yourself. Thank you, master, I will remember. Mo Xuanyi bowed deeply, left the crowd, and headed east. Everyone present was confused. They all felt that this Master Zhuo seemed to have become even more immortal and unfathomable. Who's next? Master Zhuo asked sanctimoniously. A middle-aged man jumped out and said, Me, it's finally my turn. I've been waiting in line for 3 days. Then it's you. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged man was beaming with joy. As he walked forward, he said, Master Zhuo, I want to ask. At this moment, there was a loud sound in the air. Swoosh! A sword light, like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven, brazenly fell down. A hurricane followed, sweeping away the clouds. Even those with the sharpest eyesight could only see a flash of a black shadow. Then, everyone was shocked to find that Master Zhuo in front of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. At the same time, there was a loud roar in the school, Thief, how dare you! A sword light rushed into the sky like a thunderbolt, speeding away. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt darkness in front of his eyes and lost all consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a very desolate and dilapidated room. It was probably a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. He tried to run his cultivation method and found that he wasn't restrained. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not happy but worried. His heart sank. This proved that the other party didn't care about his cultivation at all. It made no difference whether he sealed it or not. It also meant that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Master Zhuo, you're awake. A very gentle and honest voice sounded. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked towards the source of the voice and saw a short and fat middle-aged man with a kind smile on his face. Hello. Zhuo Xiaoduo calmed down after a little shock. He showed an innocent smile and said, Hello, uncle. You must have something important to ask me to come here, right? The short and fat man chuckled. Then, his entire body emitted a crisp sound, which was similar to the sound of grinding bones. Then, he slowly returned to his original appearance. He was a middle-aged man who looked elegant and elegant. Apart from his slightly wretched eyes, he was a handsome middle-aged man. Master Zhuo is really extraordinary. You regained your composure in a moment. The middle-aged man said with a smile, I've lived my life and seen countless young geniuses. But in this situation, you're the only one who can smile so sweetly and sincerely. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, Uncle, you're a handsome man. You look like a good man. Why would I be afraid? The middle-aged man laughed and said, Master Zhuo, it's meaningless for you to pretend in front of me. To put it bluntly, you're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Putting on an act is my specialty. Zhuo Xiaoduo still said innocently, it's my business whether I pretend or not. Now you're the one who needs my help. No matter what I pretend to be, not only do you have to accept it, you have to cooperate. Fortunately, you're an expert in pretending. You can cooperate well. I was worried about your acting skills. Using an innocent tone and an innocent face to say these words, the contrast was really huge. Even the middle-aged man, who had been through a lot and had a calm face, couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. The middle-aged man recovered his amiable look and said with a smile, Master Zhuo, why are you so sure that I need your help? When I woke up, except for being in a strange place, everything was normal. I wasn't forbidden. Although it shows that your cultivation is high and you're not afraid of my shallow cultivation, it's still a privilege. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly and finally put away his naive side. He said unhurriedly, you called me Master Zhuo the moment you opened your mouth, and not Zhuo Xiaoduo. It also means that the reason you kidnapped me is to use my fortune-telling ability to answer your questions. In that case, before I answer your doubts, such as some things that you don't understand or can't see through, it's safe to trust me. The middle-aged man was even more surprised and said, Master Zhua is right. Then, you have a favor to ask of me now. Even if this doesn't change the fact that I'm your prisoner, to a certain extent. You don't dare to offend me. Zhua Xiaoduo said with certainty. As he spoke, he actually started to relax. It does make sense. Master Zhua, with this trump card in your hand, you can be at ease. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. This kid was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I said that I wanted to write 2 of the above 2 songs, but I wrote more than 10 in one go. You won't believe me. Chapter 267. Ha, you must be thinking, so what if you have the upper hand now? Once I've helped you, you can kill me immediately. What can I do? After all, strength is everything. Zhua Xiaoduo smiled. That must be what you're thinking. Otherwise, you could have just queued up at the school gate. You wouldn't have needed to capture me. That's right. That makes sense. The middle-aged man touched his chin. So, what you're asking is definitely not something ordinary. It's the kind of thing that you need to kill me after the matter is over. At the same time, you don't want to talk about it in public. Then, the problem is even clearer. Zhua Xiaoduo said calmly. There's only one answer. You're not on the same side as us. Uncle, you're from the UMNO Alliance. Am I right? This middle-aged man was Fang Yinhua. At this point, Fang Yinhua's shock had accumulated to a considerable extent. This kid's mind was so bright and clear that it made people's hair stand on end. It was even terrifying. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Because you won't kill me in a short time. You still need me to read your fortune and guide you. You believe in my fortune-telling. Naturally, you're afraid that I'll guide you to a dead end. So, before you get what you want, you don't dare to kill me. It's a pity that you have a new worry after I've said this. Zhua Xiaoduo said calmly. You don't dare to believe in anything that I read for you. Fang Yinhua's eyes widened as he stared at the little bastard in front of him. That was indeed the case. Since he had already said it so clearly, would he still dare to believe the words that this kid said? If he said that there was no danger, would there really be no danger? What if there was a fatal danger and he deliberately framed him? If he said that there was danger, would there be danger? If he believed that there was danger and didn't go, what would he do if he ruined everything? Would he be able to bear this responsibility? If he said that there was danger, he wouldn't believe it and went. But if there was really danger, what would he do? Fang Yinhua was dumbfounded. He was already regretting it now. What was the use of capturing this brat? Other than making things difficult for him, it didn't seem to be of any use. He looked at Zhua Xiaoduo, his face alternating between red and white. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint, sometimes filled with bewilderment, and sometimes with confusion. What the hell did I do? Master Zhua is indeed amazing. His words hit the nail on the head, separating the pros and cons of the matter. Fang Yinhua laughed sinisterly and said, but now that you put it this way, the matter of me inviting you here has become completely meaningless. Master Zhua is so intelligent. What do you think I would do to ensure my safety? Zhua Xiaoduo said, I know that once I say this, you will only have one thought now, and that is, you might as well stop watching, stop listening to my nonsense, and just kill me. Once and for all, at least you won't have to worry about me. Just do what you need to do in the future. Fang Yinhua murmured, Master Zhua, you are really too smart. But Master Zhua, do you know that smart people who show off their cleverness rarely live a long life, and even more rarely die a good death? Zhua Xiaoduo said indifferently, it doesn't matter. At least you won't be able to kill me. There are not many people like you who are filled with murderous aura, with a face full of death aura, and with misfortune looming over your head. Death is just around the corner. And the only person in the world who can guide you to avoid this calamity is me. Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and said, other than me, no one else can save you. If you kill me, it will be equivalent to suicide. Yes, you will be giving up your last chance of survival and killing yourself. Otherwise, why do you think I have to reveal everything to make you even more afraid of me? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. How is it? Is it difficult? You are so paranoid and afraid of death. Do you still dare to kill me? Fang Yinhua scratched his head. He was really in a dilemma. What this brat said made a lot of sense. Even though he knew that this brat was talking nonsense and that he was afraid of him and did not dare to kill him, but what if? What he said was true. If he killed him, would he really end his own life? This brat's eyes were too sharp. He saw through his fear of death and his paranoia. Even though he knew that this brat was talking nonsense, he still did not dare to take the risk. After all, the reputation of Master Zhou was simply too resounding. His iron-mouthed and accurate reputation was simply too resounding. After thinking about it, Fang Yinhua suddenly realized that he had brought a huge problem by capturing this brat. Let him go. He could not let him go. Just now, he had already exposed his true identity to ask him to read his fortune. Once he let him go, there would be no end of trouble. Kill him. He could not kill him. If he really killed him, he would not be able to escape. He would be in a hopeless situation and die. For someone like him, he would only take one step. How would he dare to act rashly? But to ask him to read his fortune? He still did not dare to believe it. Then why did he capture him? Fang Yinhua's mentality was crumbling. He was not much better than a headless fly. Then, Master Zhou, what do you think I should do with you? Fang Yinhua asked humbly. In this situation, he was in a dilemma. It was really difficult to walk the path of life and death. How would I know what you should do with me? Do you dare to listen to what I say? Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. You're asking me about this? Fang Yinhua looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo also looked at Fang Yinhua. Both of them stared at each other, speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to think of a way to escape. But how could he escape in such a situation? Not only was the other party powerful, he was also an extremely paranoid and afraid of death. This kind of person would only have a chance to escape if he was certain of his own safety. But if he had a chance to escape, it would be Zhou Xiaoduo's own death. The other party would definitely not let him go and leave behind a hidden danger. With his paranoid personality, even if Fang Yinhua was given 1,000 times more courage, he would not let him go. He would not dare to let him go. Similarly, no matter how much courage he had, he would not dare to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. Killing Zhou Xiaoduo would be equivalent to killing himself. But to ask Zhou Xiaoduo to give him pointers, he would not dare to listen to him no matter how much courage he had. The situation had actually come to a standstill in a strange manner. Fang Yinhua paced back and forth, cursing as he walked. He was not cursing Zhou Xiaoduo. He was cursing himself. His brain must have gone haywire. How could he do such a weird thing? He was just looking for trouble for himself. Zhou Xiaoduo was also scratching his head. He was also pacing back and forth, racking his brains to think of a way to escape safely. After thinking for a while, both of them could not come up with a plan. They both sighed at the same time. They looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Zhou Xiaoduo grumbled, "Hey you, look at what you've done." "What the hell is this?" Fang Yinhua agreed with this sentence. He patted his head in annoyance. That's right. He patted his head and suddenly had an idea. Why don't I hand you over to the person in charge of the No Alliance and let them have a headache? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. Alright, I believe that the person in charge of the No Alliance should be someone who looks at the big picture. What do you think will happen if I tell them that you're the key to the No Alliance's operation this time? Even if they kill me without asking any questions, they will still take away your life force. The result will still be the same. You won't be able to live. Fang Yinhua was extremely annoyed. He sighed and cursed, motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat down on a shabby chair and said angrily, you still dare to curse. You bastard, you made me unable to go to school and you still think you're right? I'm hungry. Hurry up and buy me something to eat. I want to eat buns. Buns? You look like a bun to me. Fang Yinhua jumped up, his face ferocious. You brat, are you treating me as your servant? Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, I know that you're afraid of death. If you don't listen to me, I'll kill myself in front of you. Believe me, as long as I die, you won't be able to live. Now that I've been captured by you, I don't have any intention of escaping. If I make a decision now, I can still take you with me. At least, I won't suffer a loss. Once you're no longer in danger, you'll still kill me. Why don't I just end my own life and go our separate ways? You dare. Fang Yinhua's voice changed from anger. At that moment, Fang Yinhua felt even worse. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. I'm the one who captured him as a hostage. I want to be safer and have more means to survive. But I can't do anything to him. Now, this brat wants to kill himself and force me to buy him food and buns. This is fucking illogical. I'll say it again. I want to eat buns. Zhuo Xiaoduo clutched his stomach and said, I want the Chinese chives and tofu stuffing. I don't want the big Chinese chives and tofu stuffing. I want the small Chinese chives and tofu stuffing. I don't want the Chinese chives and tofu stuffing. Fang Yinhua fumed. You'll starve. If you don't buy them, I'll go on a hunger strike from now on. I'll starve to death. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with an unyielding expression. I'd rather die on a hunger strike than not eat a single meal. Fang Yinhua hugged his stomach and panted heavily. He felt that his stomach was about to explode from anger. What the hell did I catch? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, if you really can't bring yourself to do it, you can choose to let me go. I'll go buy buns myself. I can swear to the heavens that I won't expose you. How about that? No. Fang Yinhua rejected him without hesitation. What a joke. If you walk out of here, who can stop you from saying anything? Swear to the heavens. Can the heavens protect me, a member of the UMNO alliance? I might as well turn myself in. Then what should I do? It doesn't matter if you trap me here. But you can't go anywhere. I don't want an old man like you to keep an eye on me every day. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, no, not only do you have to keep an eye on me, you have to get closer to me. Because you have to constantly bring me to avoid being hunted down. Let me tell you, you've gotten yourself into big trouble by capturing me today. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Fang Yinhua was flustered and said, shut up. How could he not know that he had gotten himself into big trouble? In that short period of time, 7 to 8 soul transformation realm divine senses were shuttling back and forth in the sky above Phoenix City. More than 30 nascent soul transformation stage spiritual senses spread out like a carpet in front of them. I didn't expect this kid to have such a huge influence. Fang Yinhua was shocked and on the verge of collapse. This was because he also sensed that the divine senses of the soul transformation realm experts belonging to the UMNO alliance were also wantonly searching for him. The reason why he was so sure was because he was very familiar with that divine sense. It was the divine sense of the star emissary. This discovery made Fang Yinhua even more afraid to show his face. Just now, he slipped to the door and sensed for a while. He found that everyone was getting more and more anxious. There was a strand of Huayan's spirit that was searching from the west to the east, from the south to the north, over and over again, checking back and forth. In the sky above Phoenix City, there were countless experts flying around. There were no blind spots. The vast divine senses were like countless dragonflies flying low in the sky before a heavy rain. There were so many, so many, so many. Oh my God. After Fang Yinhua confirmed this fact, he couldn't help but curse. Did I poke a hornet's nest? Just as he was about to turn around and ask, he felt that something was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already silently approached him. A knife stabbed into his back. At first, Fang Yinhua didn't pay much attention to it. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation, even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to break through a soul transformation realm expert's protective energy. But then, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He hurriedly turned around and pressed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the ground. He scolded ferociously, "You little bastard, I didn't kill you. How dare you think you can kill me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was pressed to the ground by his neck. He looked as if he was facing death. "Master Zhuo, I'm going to do it." "What are you going to do? You dare to kill me? Do it then." Fang Yinhua was stunned. "Fuck, I don't dare." Looking at the ant whose neck he was choking, Fang Yinhua couldn't help but feel sad. What the hell is this? I've been careful all my life. My life is my #1 priority. Why did I have to encounter such a strange situation? Others can kill me, but I can't kill him. What the hell? Little bastard, what weapon are you using? It almost broke through my soul transformation realm. Fang Yinhua snorted and went to look for it. Zhuo Xiaoduo struggled and scolded, "Old bastard, you dare to touch my flying knife? Not only will I not let you off, there's also a big shot waiting for you." The weapon he took out for a sneak attack was the dragon blood flying knife that Uncle Nan gave him. Zhuo Xiaoduo had two considerations as to why he took out the dragon blood flying knife. First, the dragon blood flying knife had pierced through a soul transformation realm expert's hand the last time he used it. Furthermore, the other party was crippled after that. Although the other party was a soul transformation realm expert and his strength was far above a soul transformation realm expert, what if he could pierce through the back of this fellow? Not to mention that it could instantly resolve the crisis, just the dragon blood flying knife's benefits would be enough for him to cultivate to the inner core realm. Secondly, the other party was so paranoid and afraid of death. Furthermore, he had the identity of a cloud transformation realm expert. Thus, he should also be someone with a strong memory. The dragon blood flying dagger in his hands was obviously very famous. Qin Laoshe obviously knew the origin of the dragon blood flying dagger, but didn't even dare to speak of it. Then, maybe this person knew about the dragon blood flying knife? If he knew about the dragon blood flying knife, there was a high chance that he would let him go because of Uncle Nan. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to hurt him. Taking a step back, since he didn't kill the other party and the other party didn't know about the dragon blood flying knife, it wasn't a bad thing that the other party took it away. If he didn't die, he just needed to ask his father to give Uncle Nan a call. "Your flying knife has been stolen. Go and get it back." This fellow in front of him would naturally be dead. If he died, he wouldn't lose anything. Whoever the dragon blood flying dagger landed on would be the murderer. This bastard, he still couldn't escape in the end. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire thought. No matter what, if I die, I can drag someone down with me. Fang Yinhua forcefully pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo's right hand over and laughed sinisterly. "Little bastard, you dared to use a knife to attack me. I didn't expect you to have a treasure on you. This is too good for me. The big shot is waiting for me. Then this plaything is the treasure that the big shot gave you. Let me take a look and see what good stuff it is. This red. 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 Damn it. I won't say that this chapter has more volume than 2 chapters. Can't I ask for a vote?" Chapter 268. Fang Yinhua felt cold all over. Was this the redness in her soul? She hurriedly took the dragon blood flying dagger in her hand and looked at it. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Her eyes widened. Why did this look so much like that person's dagger? The moment she thought of this, Fang Yinua's scalp exploded. She felt as if her soul was about to scatter. A chill rose from the soles of her feet to her spine. Then, she felt a chill on her back, as if there was a cold snake lying on her back. Fang Yinua's eyes widened. She looked at the flying dagger over and over again. Her eyes were almost cross-eyed. Was it? Oh my God! Please don't be. The blood-red light in it seemed to have faded a little. But it was too similar. No matter how she looked at it, it was still that person. Fang Yinua jumped up and ignored Sui Xiaoduo's muttered curses. She grabbed a rat from the ground and stabbed the flying dagger into the rat's stomach. Then, Fang Yinua's eyes widened again. She was in a daze. She stared at the rat with a fear that seeped into her bones. The rat's flesh and blood disappeared the moment it was stabbed. It was sucked dry by the dragon blood flying dagger. The mummy pulled itself apart as if its nerves were spasming. Then, it dispersed like a rotting rat that had been dead for a long time. Fang Yinua felt cold all over. It was really that dagger. At this moment, Fang Yinua wanted to cry. She wanted to die. I've met my nightmare again. There was no movement for so many years. I thought I could hide from it. But this time, it was me who had majestically snatched the saber from him and held it in my hand. Heavens! Earth! How can my luck be so bad? Even the sorcerer god has abandoned me. You're dead meat. Sui Xiaoduo cursed. You dare to use my flying dagger to kill rats. You've insulted this flying dagger. Just you wait. Master Zhuo was a shrewd person. With one look at this guy, he knew that this guy knew about this flying dagger and knew about its history. At the same time, he was very, very afraid of the original owner of this flying dagger. Looking at this guy's scared out of his wits. That would be easy to handle. With the flag in my hand, heaven and earth are mine to roam. Since you've come forward, I'll give you a big hat with a shake of my hand. You've insulted this flying knife. As soon as these words entered Fang Yinua's ears, Fang Yinua, who had sunk into a stupefied state, immediately shuddered and quivered. The flying dagger was thrown to the ground as if it had been electrocuted. He cried out in fear, I didn't. Then, he squatted down, and quickly and respectfully picked up the flying dagger from the ground with both hands. Then, he handed it back to Sui Xiaoduo. His face was full of fear and flattery. This item is returned to its rightful owner. He. This little brother. Brother, this treasure is not to be taken lightly. Please take it back properly. Cough, cough. Take it back properly. His attitude had taken a 180-degree turn. I don't want it anymore. Sui Xiaoduo became more and more arrogant. I've already killed a rat, so I don't want it anymore. Take it. In the future, you can tell him that I didn't want it, and that you didn't snatch it from me. But that master won't believe me. Fang Yinua wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if you told this to a pig, the pig wouldn't believe you, let alone that master. How could he give such a rare treasure to you? Who do you think you are? This. Master Zhuo. Brother, please. Please take it back. Fang Yinua was on the verge of tears. I'll send you back now. Sigh. Send me back. Why do you want to send me back? Sui Xiaoduo sat cross-legged on the ground. He wanted to see Fang Yinua's soul leave his body and completely admit defeat. Naturally, he was completely unperturbed. It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar. I have to accompany you and have a good chat. Didn't you want me to give you some pointers? Since we're so fated, how can I not give you some advice? No. There's no need. Fang Yinua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He thought of the oath he made in front of the dragon blood-flying dagger and the wisp of primordial spirit that was still in the hands of that person. Fang Yinhua felt that he was finished. His future was bleak. It seems that you know this flying dagger. Do you know it very well? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Yes, I know it very well. Fang Yinhua's face was pale. His attitude had completely changed to one of respect. Oh my God, he was scared to death. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and thought, how can he be so scared? No matter how powerful Uncle Nan was, he wasn't nearby. At most, he would settle the score with him in the future. He wouldn't die now, right? Could it be? When Uncle Nan gave this dagger to me, he didn't say anything. He only said that I could act on his behalf and make decisions for him. How would I know what to do? He didn't tell me either. Zhou Xiaoduo said in distress, since you know this dagger, you should know my Uncle Nan, right? Fang Yinhua was terrified. Uncle Nan. I've been living in seclusion for my whole life and kidnapped a hostage. In the end, he turned out to be the nephew of the person who had all my promises and all my secrets. Fang Yinhua looked up to the sky and sighed. This is really the will of the heavens. It's the will of the heavens. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows and thought, the will of the heavens? Why can't I see it? How is it related to the will of the heavens? After thinking for a while, he suddenly became amiable and said, what's your name? Fang Yinhua. Fang Yinhua was dejected and his head drooped. Good name. You keep your promise. As a man, a promise is life and death. A promise is dignity. A promise is a promise for life. Zhou Xiaoduo praised him. When Fang Yinhua heard this, he naturally thought too much. Is he reminding me to remember my promise? Otherwise, my soul will scatter. For a moment, his heart was like dead ashes. He said, yes, a promise is more important than life and death. Good man, good man. Zhou Xiaoduo gave him a thumbs up. Fang Yinhua was speechless. Why did you come to Phoenix City? Zhou Xiaoduo was very curious. I came. Actually, it's for the Phoenix Meridian soul cleansing. Sigh. Fang Yinhua did not dare to hide anything. Fate has arranged my life to this point. Even if I struggle, what's the use? I see. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, you're at the intermediate level of the cloud transformation realm? Or the advanced level? Advanced level, close to the peak level. Fang Yinhua said honestly. Is there anyone in the Umno Alliance who has a higher level of cultivation than you in Phoenix City? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with great interest. Even if there are, there won't be many. Fang Yinhua said carefully. For some reason, in Fang Yinhua's eyes, when Zhou Xiaoduo held the dragon blood-flying dagger, he seemed to be more powerful than that person in the past. The dragon blood-flying dagger itself was a token and a precious treasure. There was no doubt about this. There won't be many. That means there are more. Zhou Xiaoduo asked. As he spoke, he paid close attention to Fang Yinhua's expression, eyes, and attitude. He felt that the dragon blood-flying dagger's meaning was really extraordinary. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly, it seems that I'm still not good enough. When I looked at your face this morning, I clearly saw that it was a combination of fortune and misfortune. But now, it's a combination of fortune and misfortune. I was almost killed by someone. Fang Yinhua's expression changed when he heard this. With his suspicious personality, naturally, he had heard some rumors about the divination technique. That was why he came to Zhou Xiaoduo. The divination technique could be used to predict people and objects. However, it could not be used on oneself. Even if it was forcefully used, it would not be accurate. But this person in front of him could actually predict his future. Moreover, his predictions were so accurate. Wasn't the current situation a combination of fortune and misfortune? If this person's divination technique had really reached such a level, it might not be a bad thing to be enslaved by him. Right? Anyway, he had already thrown away his moral integrity and shame. It wouldn't matter if he threw it away again. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Now, it seems that you've come at the right time. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Fang Yinua's shoulders affectionately and patted him hard. To tell you the truth, I'm currently short of manpower. Fang Yinua's expression suddenly turned serious. Short of manpower? Wasn't that great? Just tell me if you have something to say. Fang Yinua heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly promised. Fang Yinua was now afraid that Zhuo Xiaoduo would not have any use for him. With that big boss's status, a subordinate of his was not worth a mention. It was equivalent to someone who had no value. Since he had no value, he could be destroyed at any time. The sense of security was too low. Now that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a use for him, it was great. He actually felt like he had finally found an organization. What was going on? With your level of cultivation and your status in the UMNO Alliance, I dare not say anything else, but you're definitely qualified to participate in the final operation, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very happy. He said, now that there's no barrier between us, I won't ask for much. When the final operation comes, you do what you need to do. As long as you can ensure that the spiritual thought goddess is safe and has a smooth breakthrough, that's enough. I believe that this won't be difficult for you, right? This is just a small matter. Don't say no. Fang Yinua was glad that he was still useful, but at the same time, he wanted to cry. How was this not difficult? Did this mean that all the burden was on me? Master Zhuo. Brother Zhuo, sir, this won't do. Fang Yinua was about to cry. Sir, I've only been in Phoenix City for 2 days. I haven't contacted the person in charge of this area yet. In other words, I don't know how this operation will be carried out, and I don't even know how many people will participate in this operation. If I suddenly make a move, exposing myself is a small matter, but if I delay your plan. Fang Yinua put himself in a very low position, but he had to admit that what he said was very reasonable. No problem, I can give you time. When you understand their plan and their manpower, it won't be too late for us to discuss it. Zhuo Xiaoduo comforted him. Fang Yinua was dumbfounded. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's exchange numbers first. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a smile, keep in touch. Chapter 269. I'm studying in second high. With your personality, you've naturally grasped my movements long ago. You're very familiar with it. If there's any news, and it's inconvenient to call, you can tell me at any time. Don't worry, we're both benefiting each other. I won't order you around for free. I'll definitely give you some pointers. You'll be able to walk out of death and live a long life. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and said, well, can I leave now? Fang Yinua, How would I dare to stop you? Don't worry. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he should still give him some benefits and said, after this, other than guaranteeing that I will help you avoid a life and death calamity, I will also give you pointers on the right path, allowing you to gain both fame and fortune, and have a limitless future. He said solemnly, believe me, I can still do this. Fang Yinua wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, this is really. Thank you so much. Zhuo Xiaoduo watched as Fang Yinua made a grabbing motion in the air, and a small boiler-like object appeared in his hand. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo heard the commotion outside again, and all he could see was chaos. What's this thing, it's pretty good. It was actually able to conceal the outside world so tightly that not a single trace of life was left behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to take a look at it and evaluate it for Fang Yinua. They could discuss more uses. But Fang Yinua's body flashed and disappeared. Damn! I didn't even have time to say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the door. He had only taken a few steps when Qin Fangyang landed in front of him with a murderous aura. Mu Yanyan, Qiu Yunsheng, Sister Lan, Han Song, and the others followed closely. It was as if they had received his location. They all showed up together. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaoduo was surrounded by a large group of masters. How is it? What happened? Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's wrist. Are you okay? I'm fine. What could happen to me? What happened? Ahem. Let's talk about it when we get back. Alright. Qin Fangyang didn't waste any time. He grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's neck, and with a loud clang, the sword light soared into the sky and returned to second high. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes in the air. Teacher Qin, you're really my dear teacher. I'm already a Xiantian expert now. Can you not carry me like this again? It's too embarrassing. I want to lose face too. Master Zhuo's face is very precious right now. Qin Fangyang's office. What's going on? Who did it? Even He Yuanyue had specially called to greet him. As soon as Qin Fangyang asked this question, the door was pushed open with a bang. Zhou Xiaonian rushed in like a madwoman. When she saw Zhou Xiaoduo sitting there safe and sound, she was relieved. The murderous look in her eyes turned into tears. That's great, you're all right. It's great that you're fine. I really don't know how to explain this. Maybe some expert played a joke on me. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. Today was an emergency. I was still reading my fortune when I suddenly lost my senses. When I woke up, I was already in an abandoned room. Everyone's spirits were lifted. What did you see? Zhou Xiaoduo looked serious as if he was telling the truth. At first, the room was silent, as if I was in the wilderness. Even when I realized that I wasn't restrained, I didn't dare to act rashly. But the person who took me didn't show up. After a while, I suddenly heard some noise. I tried to walk out by myself, but no one stopped me. Then, Teacher Qin came. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Who would believe this? Looking at the sincerity on your face, I almost believed you by 9. 9, according to my guess, it should be an almighty with extremely powerful strength. He originally wanted to harm me. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, but after he took me and saw my handsome face, he suddenly felt ashamed and couldn't do it. So he left. Anyway, that's the general situation. Even if it's not right, it's not far from it. Cough. Sister Lan was speechless and left without saying anything. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes and hurried away with Zhou Xiaonian. Qiu Yunsheng's mouth twitched as he left. It's really a waste of time. Han Song and the other masters of the Star Shield Bureau also left one after another after communicating with Qin Fangyang through telepathy. Hu Ruoyun breathed a sigh of relief. Shi and Li Changjiang looked at each other and left one after another. Qin Fangyang stared at Zhou Xiaoduo. After a while, he warned, "You need to know what you're doing." Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, "It's really not right, but it's not far from it." Well, Master Zhuo's words were not wrong. The beginning, the process, and the end were indeed like this. Only the key points were not explained. Everything else was the same. If it was not right, then what was it? Qin Fangyang snorted and ignored Zhou Xiaoduo. He left like everyone else, but he stopped at the door because he remembered that this was his office. The one who should leave was a bastard, a little bastard. So he turned around and kicked Zhou Xiaoduo out like a ball. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoduo got up with a dirty face and hurried to the gravity room to make up for today's progress. Little bastard, you're not telling the truth. Qin Fangyang cursed under his breath, but looking at this kid's expression, he looks like a weasel who stole chicken. It should be a good thing. Qin Fangyang immediately went out and caught up with Qiu Yunsheng, who was waiting for him outside. What's the matter? Do you want me to wait for a while? There is something I need your help with. Say it. Chiu Yunsheng said directly. No rush, let's go find General Sun first. Isn't it enough for the two of us to work together? Maybe it's not safe to include General Sunday. Oh, I got it. Qin Fangyang took out his phone and called Mu Yanyan. Did you bring your disciple out to play? And Gu Luoyan. Okay, you can play for a while. Try not to go near Meng Corporation. The building is going to collapse in a day or two. Don't let anything happen. Okay, remember to remind me about safety issues. Alright, you guys have fun. Then he hung up and looked back. He saw Sister Lan's figure flashing behind him. He could not help but frown. That woman's smell is too strong. Deal with it. On the other side, Sister Lan ignored him and disappeared. He vaguely heard her scolding, Qin Fangyang, you're too nosy. Halfway there, Han Song had rushed back from S.H.I.E.L.D. He was extremely fast and landed in front of Qin Fangyang. Brother Qin. How is it? Do you want to do it? Go and get General Sun by Jiang. Okay. I'll go back first. Do as I say. Understood. Swoosh. Han Song also disappeared. At this moment, the governor's office was spontaneously sending out a notice. Jiang Zhangbin of S.H.I.E.L.D., several experts of the city guard, and all the leaders of Phoenix City had gathered together. After exchanging a few simple words, he led his men and soared into the clouds, overlooking Phoenix City. Regarding the matter of building the Heavenly Flame Altar. Everyone, please share your views and speak freely. Wan Pingyuan now paid a lot of attention to the aura examination technique. Although it was not a day away, under Gao Wencheng and the others' repeated indoctrination, the habitual feeling was that the Heavenly Flame Altar had hundreds of advantages and no disadvantages. It was a necessity now. It was of great use and great significance that they were only waiting for everyone to reach a consensus and confirm that everything was in order before they could start construction. On the other side, General Sun, who was carrying a backpack, was stepping out of the house. His mood was still fluctuating. Every time he left home, he did not know if he could return in this life. His old mother's tears made General Sun's heart heavy. Just as he was feeling sad, he saw Qin Fangyang coming. His expression changed. What's the matter? Why are you here? Before you return to the team, there's something I need your help with. You're the best helper, the best candidate. Go, come with me to do another job. Another job. General Sun was speechless. He found that Phoenix City was not as safe as Sun Moon Pass. Last time, he had just recovered from his injury and came here. Now, he wanted to do another job. The last time he was injured, he was not as lucky as Qin Fangyang. He was injured but broke through instead. He had been recuperating until now. The date of returning to the team had long passed. He had no choice but to send a message to the front to ask for an extension of his leave. This was a taboo, but the front was unexpectedly easy to talk to and directly extended his leave for 7 days. However, even if he had an extra 7 days of leave, most of it was still spent on recuperation. Now that his leave was about to expire, fortunately, his injury was almost healed. Sun Bai packed his backpack and was about to leave. In the end, he was pulled in again. Did you guys find it convenient? The best helper, the best candidate, what the hell? Why don't you just say that you lack cannon fodder? General Sun Bai's face was bitter. This time, I won't be injured, right? If I'm injured again, I'll probably have to retire. I'm in the Special Forces. I'll be used by you guys as a mobile division. General Sun Bai's position was special. He belonged to the frontline Special Forces. His injury had not healed, so he did not dare to return to the team. Because of the Special Forces' unique functions, it was not rare for one person to be injured and implicate the whole team. Qin Fangyang laughed dryly. There's only one job left. It really has to be you, old brother. Don't say such inauspicious things. General Sunbai hurriedly interrupted. Hurry up, I'll leave after you finish. This is the last time, the only time, it has to be me. Whatever, don't say anything. You're a soldier too, don't set flags for me. Qin Fengyang laughed loudly. He was not offended at all. That's what I said last time. In the end, I almost died here. If I die in Sun Moon Pass, I can earn the title of a martyr. What's the point of dying here? General Sunbai rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Let's go. Today's matter is really simple. As if I'll believe you. Fuck, are you going to help or not? Of course. Then hurry up and leave. You talk too much. How did you become a soldier? General Sunbai directly put his backpack into the spatial ring that he carried with him and said, after I'm done, I'll leave directly from there. I don't dare to come back. Let's go. Let's go. The few of them jumped up and suddenly, all of them were in the clouds. Chapter 270. On the other side. Mu Yan Yan and Zhou Xiaoyan brought Gu Luo Yan and wandered around the various scenic spots of Phoenix City. They really were the type to enjoy the scenery. And behind the three girls, most of Gu Luo Yan's bodyguards were present. Phoenix City has not been peaceful recently. The UMNO Alliance's experts have emerged one after another. If we aren't careful, something big will happen. These were Mu Yan Yan's original words. And these words from the local tyrant caused Gu Luo Yan's bodyguards to become nervous. They all expressed their dissatisfaction towards Mu Yan Yan. Since it's such a dangerous time, why did you suggest going out to play? Isn't it good to just stay in the governor's office for a few days? But Gu Luo Yan was clearly very interested in going out. Unexpectedly, she agreed in a way that was not in line with her usual personality. No matter how helpless they were, they could only do their best to increase their security. The experts all followed. Mu Yan Yan was in front, while Zhou Xiaoyan and Gu Luo Yan were behind. Gu Luo Yan and Zhou Xiaoyan both wore white veils and wore snow-white clothes. One was like an iceberg, while the other was like the cold moon in the sky. Just this aura alone was enough to make people shrink back. It really was. Too cold. An iceberg beauty, no matter how beautiful she was, no one could get close to her. Before they could even get close, they would already be frozen to death. In front of us is the original landmark of Phoenix City, the Meng Corporation's building. Unfortunately, the building's slope is already about 45 degrees. It's already inevitable that it will collapse. Mu Yan Yan looked at the Meng Corporation's building with a complicated expression. Meng Qinyu, with things as they are, you actually do not have anything to say. In the sky. Under the sunlight, a group of people stood in the clouds, looking down. Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu were currently speaking with confidence, pointing out the country and analyzing the pros and cons, over here, over there. The others present did not understand much about aura viewing techniques, but their faces were filled with understanding smiles. They nodded and expressed their agreement. As long as the heavenly flame altar is built. Gao Wencheng was still talking about how the heavenly fire altar would help the phoenix vein form after it was built. And at this time. In the distance. A clear and melodious sword cry seemed to have come from ancient times, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. A beam of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Then, a sword mountain that connected the sky to the earth suddenly formed in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of sword lights lined up neatly. The sword light emitted an ear-piercing screech as it flew toward the other side of the Meng conglomerate's headquarters. The entire sword mountain slammed into the majestic building with a loud boom. The sturdy steel bars that had been stretched to their limits began to crack, and the several hundred zhang tall Meng conglomerate headquarters began to tilt even more. Finally, the golden mountain collapsed like a jade pillar. Like an indomitable giant, it slowly fell down, and its speed became faster and faster. On the other side of the lake country, it was as if a great mountain was pressing down on its head, and it was about to collapse. At this moment, the people in the clouds were completely unaware of this change and were all shocked. Who is that? Wan Pingyuan flew into a rage. Bastard! Bastard! How dare he topple the Meng conglomerate headquarters? But no matter how much Governor Wan Pingyuan roared, it was of no use. The huge Meng conglomerate headquarters fell down irrevocably. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the entire Phoenix City shook violently because of this collapse. The Sunyu Tower, which was just a few feet away, was directly smashed to the ground, leaving behind only a few broken walls. Then, the majestic building smashed down like a mountain performing a high-altitude dive. The nearby buildings actually jumped up from the ground. The originally quiet water was hit by this huge force, and huge waves were created. Wan Pingyuan and the others were standing at a distance of 1,000 zhang from the ground. But suddenly, a water curtain rose up in front of them, blocking everyone's vision. Everyone hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a sharp saber light shot out from the water curtain and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, it was already in front of them. Be careful! Han Song was the fastest to react. With a loud roar, he rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Zhangbin with one hand and Wan Pingyuan with the other. He hurriedly shouted, "Protect the Lord." However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not, but this move of his coincidentally blocked the path of his companions who rushed out to protect the others. But Han Song's target was to protect Governor Wan Pingyuan and Director Jiang of Phoenix City's Star Shield. No one could say that he was not. The other person's reaction was not slow either. He moved quickly and stepped forward. But the sudden attack of the sword light was fierce and indestructible. At this moment, it had already rushed into the crowd like a stream of light. Wherever the saber passed, red light burst forth, and Wang Shiyu's head was chopped off. After decapitating Wang Shiyu, the saber's momentum did not stop there. It slashed Gao Wencheng, who was near Wang Shiyu, into two halves. The Star Shield expert who wanted to intercept was furious. "How dare you, scoundrel!" He raised a sword light and rushed up. However, the shadow that attacked from the water curtain was successful. He quickly retreated and dived back into the water curtain. As the water curtain finished rising, it fell back down. From beginning to end, even those with the sharpest eyesight didn't see anything. There was only hoarse laughter left in the wilderness. A mere chi watcher, trying to destroy the great plan of the heavenly wizard. You deserve to die. The water curtain fell down with a whoosh. Kill. The 17 or 18 Star Shield experts here and the experts of the city guard rushed down together with a common enemy filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was so angry that their chests were about to explode. They actually let the people of the Umno Alliance kill two of their important Chi Watchers in front of them. It was a great shame. Such a shame must be washed away with the blood of the enemy. However, at this moment, above their heads, there was another dazzling sword light. The sword light rushed to the corpses of Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu like lightning. As the sword light scattered, it directly annihilated their primordial spirits. His soul had been scattered, and his spirit had been destroyed. He could be considered to be completely dead. The two corpses were also turned into blood and flesh in an instant. They no longer existed in the world. How dare you! Han Song roared and was about to attack immediately. However, he turned back and said, "This person is powerful. You guys retreat quickly. Let me deal with him." Everyone also felt that the sword light behind was dazzling and magnificent. Its momentum was shocking and extraordinary. Obviously, it was beyond the power of the nascent soul stage. It was indeed beyond the level of the rest of the people. If they rushed forward rashly, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, Just as everyone retreated, the moment the sword light destroyed the corpses, they heard a loud chant, "Stars forever, lend me your light." Then, with a whoosh, the sword light turned into an even more dazzling light and disappeared. Hearing this, Han Song seemed to be shocked and shouted, "Another Star Master." However, that person had already gone far away. Light. Where is the light? The starlight didn't fall. What did this sentence mean? Did he run away with a faint? The other masters of Star Shield chased after the person who attacked earlier. They chased him all the way to the shaking ground. That person moved extremely fast and rushed into the ruins before everyone else. Everyone was just about to give chase when they suddenly felt a copious force capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas approach them violently, and it even carried along boundless streams of water that transformed into numerous sharp swords and wild sabers that assaulted them with might. There was an ambush by a master. "How dare you block my celestial wizard's plan? Kill without mercy." There was another cold and sinister laugh. The sudden attack of the sword and saber was extremely powerful, not at all inferior to the initial attack of Jian Shan. Moreover, the two of them were working together. The group of people who were chasing after them all felt an irresistible sense of crisis. They unconsciously stopped in their tracks and blocked the attack together. However, what was shocking was only a water curtain that was coming at them. The so-called saber and sword combined attack only had a frightening momentum, without any lethality. By the time the water curtain passed, everything in front of them had returned to silence, and no one could be seen. As for the person who had destroyed the Meng organization's headquarters, he had long since disappeared into thin air. His whereabouts were unknown. Between heaven and earth, dust was everywhere. The water on the ground was still shaking everywhere. However, the major events that could be said to be significant had already subsided. Among Gu Luoyan's group who were playing, Wei Chong and Cheng Yindao suddenly turned their heads to look. However, they were too far away from the scene of the incident. They could only see the flash of the sword and the shadow of the saber. Even if the two divine shadows beside Gu Luoyan tried their best to rush over, they could only sigh and return empty-handed. Not to mention that this could be the enemy's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Maybe the enemy wanted to lure Wei Chong and Cheng Yindao away so that they could attack the others. The two knew that something big was happening, but they could only use their cultivation to protect Gu Luoyan and the others. "Oh no! Something big has happened!" Mu Yanyan exclaimed and said in shock, "Let's go and see." When they rushed over, the situation had completely calmed down. They only lost two Qi Watchers, Gao Wenqing and Wang Shiyu. Because this attack was too sudden, everything happened so fast that these two people didn't even have time to scream. They died directly, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Wan Pingyuan's eyes, which had always been calm, were full of murderous intent. He was so angry that he was trembling, and his body was shaking. The whole city is under lockdown. Search for the murderer. In fact, looking for the murderer was not the most important thing. What Governor Wan found most difficult to accept was that these two Qi Watchers were killed by the UMNO alliance. What about the agreed heaven fire altar, outside the city? Sun Bai stood straight and saluted, "Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers are long." Qin Fangyang saluted back, and the others cupped their hands together, "Take care. See you again." Sun Bai laughed, "Let's go. Today is the birthday of the leader of Cloth Alley Masato. The leader is a Taiwanese compatriot. Let us give our blessings to the leader of Cloth Alley Masato." Chapter 271. Sun Bai's body floated up and flew into the distance. In an instant, he turned into a small black dot. Sister Lan didn't make a sound. Her body flashed and she left first. Qiu Yunsheng and Qin Fangyang walked side by side on the way back. The two of them were immaculate and elegant. "Let's find a place to have a drink." "Sure." After a few steps, a team of Star Shield experts walked towards them. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qiu. You guys are. Oh, Sun Bai is returning to the team today. We're here to send him off. Where's your Chief Jiang? He helped him so much and almost lost his life. Yet, he didn't come to send him off. Not only is he impolite, he has no manners. Ah. Our Chief Jiang is accompanying the governor. He has important matters to attend to. Fuck, there's nothing good about being an official. What kind of important matters is accompanying his superior? Bullshit. He only knows how to bootlick. Qin Fangyang and Qiu Yunsheng cursed as they walked away. Their demeanor as a teacher was gone. Instead, they looked even more righteous. The Star Shield expert coughed and thought to himself, I don't dare to say anything about the chief. You dare to say that he has no manners, but do I dare to? At most, I'll grumble in my heart. Continue searching. We must find the culprits. On the other side. Fang Yinhua stealthily entered a secluded area. Greetings, Lord Messenger. Opposite him, the black-robed messenger looked at Fang Yinhua coldly. You guys from the Greedy Wolf sect are really unique. After being here for so long, you're finally willing to come and see me? Fang Yinhua's face was full of injustice. He said, Lord Messenger, you have to be reasonable. We came from the headquarters of the Wizard Alliance. We traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to come here. We didn't make any contributions, but we worked hard. We are tired. Cut the crap. The messenger said, how many people from the Greedy Wolf sect came this time? 3. What's their cultivation level? 1 is at the Cloud Transformation Realm, 1 is at the Nascent Soul Realm, and 1 is at the Core Realm. The messenger pondered. The local one. Have you guys contacted him? We have some connections. But why is the situation in Phoenix City so chaotic now? You don't have to worry about that. Since you greedy wolves are here, you've made up for our weakest link. The follow-up of the kill-break wolf killing formation can begin. Lord Envoy, may I ask when we will begin our operation so that we can make preparations early so that we won't make any mistakes at the last minute? That depends on the Phoenix vein. This. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion outside. It was the Meng organization's headquarters that had completely collapsed. The two of them were situated in the secret chamber, and they could feel the ground shaking violently. The emissary turned his head and looked at the hellish scene outside, as well as the water that soared into the sky. An extremely sinister look flashed across his eyes. Fang Yinhua said gloatingly, "Hee, the Meng group is finished. He deserved it. Who asked you to make so much money?" Fang Yinhua clearly hated the rich. The emissary's voice was low as he said indifferently, "Elder Fang, you seem to be very happy." "It doesn't matter whether I'm happy or not. It's always a pleasure to watch such a rich man's misfortune." The emissary snorted and said, "Remember to come tonight to discuss the details of the follow-up operation." Fang Yinhua said, "Can I ask you a few questions?" The emissary's expression turned even uglier as he said, "Ask away." "May I ask, Lord Envoy, how many people are on our side in this operation? After the operation, what's the ratio of the profits to each sect? You kill break wolf sect's 3 leaders. How many people are there to assist Zuofu? What do you think? How many people are there in the Destroy Army and 7 Kill sect? What's their cultivation level?" Fang Yinhua did not relax. "Also, what's the overall strength of Zuofu's side?" The emissary's expression turned cold. "Fang Yinhua, don't you think you're asking too many questions?" Fang Yinhua said, "Too many? I don't think so. I just need to confirm the strength of each sect before the operation. Regarding this point, I will have to know sooner or later, because if we don't even know the strength of our own side, how can we talk about cooperation? What you really want to confirm is the final distribution of profits, right?" The emissary said coldly. "That's right." Fang Yinhua admitted openly. "That's what I'm thinking." The emissary was silent for a moment as if he was considering. At this moment, his phone vibrated on the table. It seemed like a message had been sent. The emissary looked down. The two Qi watchers beside Gu Luoyen were killed in the sky. The killer claimed to be from the Umno Alliance. Pa! A cup on the table was slammed onto the wall by the emissary. Instantly, it shattered into pieces. Bastards! Didn't I tell them not to act rashly? The emissary roared. Where did the Wu people come from? Bastards! These two were the ones who exposed themselves. Others couldn't find a reason to kill them in the name of the Umno Alliance. Bastards, can't they just stay put? Is this Phoenix City the place where Qi watchers die? Blind Hong is dead, He Yuanyue is about to die, and now even Wang Shiyu and the rest are dead. This is so fucking strange. After a long time, Fang Yinhua took the initiative to speak. Lord Envoy, the candidates. Candidates. The emissary almost went berserk. Didn't you hear that something big happened here? You still don't want to let me off. The emissary took a deep breath and said, you will see all of them tonight. On Pajun's side, there are 6 nascent soul cultivators and 11 inner core cultivators. On Qi Sha's side, there is 1 cloud transformation cultivator, 3 nascent soul cultivators, and 9 inner core cultivators. As for Zuofu's side, there are only 2 nascent soul cultivators participating in this battle. Fang Yinhua said unhappily, Lord Envoy, we only have this much battle strength. Is this the full strength of our team? Yes, that's all. Lord Envoy, my cultivation is at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Fang Yinhua emphasized, based on the combined strength of the various sects, among the 4 sects participating in this operation, our Tan Lang sect is the strongest. Lord Envoy, how will the profits be distributed? Will our Tan Lang sect still take 5% of that Zhao's share? The emissary said coldly, Fang Yinhua, are you trying to bargain with me? If Lord Envoy wants to think this way, there is no problem. Fang Yinhua said, you want the horse to run faster but you don't give the horse grass to eat. Isn't that unreasonable? Our Tan Lang sect is the one who contributed the most in this battle. Even if we include the sacrifices we made in the past, our sect is still the one who contributed the most. But in the end, we will get the least. Isn't this unfair? Unfair? Are you trying to seek justice from me? The emissary suppressed his voice. It seemed like his temper had reached its boiling point. Since Lord Envoy has already said so, there is no harm in confirming it. Fang Yinhua straightened his neck and said, shouldn't I ask for justice? Why is it that our sect, which contributed the most, will get the least in the end? 30% from the Star Alliance, 20% from the Big Dipper, 20% from the Southern Dipper. The remaining 30% can be distributed. How much more does your Tan Lang sect want? The emissary said coldly, Fang Yinhua, it is already not a small amount to give your Tan Lang sect. Fang Yinhua did not give up and said, not a small amount. Lord Envoy, do you think I don't know how to count? Even if there is only 30% left, it is still too little to give my Tan Lang sect 5%. The remaining 30% will be divided among the Sha Pa Lang sect and Zuofu. As the emissary who is in charge of this battle, I can't come here for nothing. Since that's the case, Fang Yinhua, tell me, how much do you want? How do you want to divide it? Fang Yinhua muttered, even if the 5 sects divide it equally, it should be 6%. Is there a difference between 5 and 6%? The emissary narrowed his eyes and pointed at him. Scram! Come to the meeting at night. Fang Yinhua, remember this. This is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Scram! Fang Yinhua did not continue to pester him. However, he was obviously very angry. He flicked his sleeves and walked out. Do you think this is Zhu Wu's Great Hall? Behind him. There was a loud bang. It was unknown what was broken by the emissary. The emissary disappeared without a trace. Following the collapse of the Meng's headquarters building, the Phoenix City was in a state of chaos. A quarter of the city had turned into a swamp. The Ning clan manor, which was not far from the Meng's headquarters, was completely flooded. After the water receded, the members of the Ning clan were shocked to discover that the Ning clan manor's old residence had actually collapsed in all directions. Other than the less than 100 members of the Ning clan who had the ability to fly, all the other members of the Ning clan, including the women, children, and the elderly, had all sunk into the ground with the buildings. In other words, all the members of the Ning clan who were below the embryonic breathing realm, including many ancient martial art practitioners in the embryonic breathing realm, had all sunk because of the sudden change of events. Ning Suifeng stood in midair, tears streaming down his face. On this day, the members of the Ning clan collectively shed tears. When the communication was finally restored, the first news they received was, "Manor head, a few of the Ning clan's manors outside the city have been hit by a plague." This plague had come very strangely. Many of the members of the Ning clan in the manors had inexplicably started to have black spots on their bodies. At first, it was just a little bit, the size of a sesame seed. However, it spread very quickly. Wherever it spread, it would rot. The hospital was completely at a loss for what to do. The only conclusion they could give was that it was a genetic disease that was exclusive to the Ning clan's bloodline. The genes were missing, and there was no cure. What was worth rejoicing over was that this type of disease did not have the ability to spread. Only the Ning clan's bloodline would have such a situation. Chapter 272. This strange disease of the Ning family, when it reached a certain stage, the black spots on the back would often form the shape of a ghost face. Then, the black spots would start to itch. If one couldn't help but reach out to scratch, a large piece of flesh would be scratched off. As the black spots spread very quickly, it had only been a day, and someone had already died because of it. And the rest of the infected people were also showing the same symptoms. When Ning Suifeng received the news in the hotel, the survivors of the Ning family who had just come out of the water also had the same black spots on their bodies. Family head, I have it too. This Ning family member was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. He lifted his clothes and let Ning Suifeng see the black spots on his body. Family head, save me. I don't want to die. This person knelt on the ground and hugged Ning Suifeng's leg, crying loudly. The rest of the Ning family members gathered around. When they saw the black spots on that person's body, they were all speechless. Everyone's face was ashen. Ning Suifeng sat down on the chair. He was dumbfounded, and his eyes were filled with despair. The sudden and inexplicable collapse had caused the entire ancestral tomb to sink. Then, the Meng group building collapsed, and the Ning family mansion, which had been affected by the collapse, collapsed as well. Thousands of years of foundation, thousands of years of accumulation, countless treasures, countless resources. Now, all of it was gone, destroyed along with the Ning family mansion. Now, the only wealth left in the family was a few bank cards. Now, even the lives of his family members. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and howled, "Oh my God! My Ning family, what did we do wrong?" At the same time, Meng Tianyue was in his villa, and he received countless bad news one after another. First, it was the 17 branch companies that were scattered all over the country. Out of the Meng family members, there were more than 40 people who had died inexplicably. Some of the Meng family members also had the black spots that were similar to the plague on their bodies, and they were all sent to the hospital. And there was already one person who had died because of the black spots. Meng Tianyue sat on the sofa in a daze. He felt that he had never felt so hopeless and powerless before. Previously, under the joint investigation of several bureaus, the evidence of Meng organization's crimes was irrefutable. The shady things that he had done over the years were dug out one by one and exposed in broad daylight. Even for Meng Enterprises, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. However, if it was just a loss of some wealth, with the foundation of the Meng conglomerate, there was still room for negotiation. But now, the Meng clan's bloodline was almost extinct. Even the few remaining clansmen were shrouded in the shadow of the plague. Meng Tianyue looked at the back of her hand. On the back of his hand, a black dot the size of a grain of rice had already revealed itself. Meng Tianyu raised her head and closed her eyes. 2 drops of tears fell down. The Meng clan is finished. The phone rang. Meng Tianyue picked up the phone. Third uncle. Tianyu, what's going on with your Meng group? An exasperated voice came from the other side. It's a long story. What's going on? What's going on with your family? Third uncle's voice was filled with inexplicable fear. A lot of strange symptoms suddenly appeared on my side. Many people have died because of it. The doctor said that it's caused by a genetic defect. I don't understand either. Meng Tianyu's body trembled violently. Her eyes widened. Third uncle's voice came. What's going on? Is our Meng clan cursed? Over at the ancestral grave, the mountains on both sides collapsed and covered our ancestral grave. Then, the entire land collapsed as well. All of this is too strange. Now, the entire clan is contacting the other branches outside, asking if they have offended any powerful enemies. Are you okay over there? If you have unintentionally offended someone, hurry up and apologize. Don't hesitate to wipe the slate clean. Meng Tianyu's face was filled with bitterness and despair. She closed her eyes tightly. Tianyu? Tianyu? Did you hear what I said? Can you inform me? The voice on the other side was very urgent. Third uncle. It's the same situation over here. Inexplicably, the company collapsed. Then, many people have died over here. Meng Tianyu's voice was filled with vicissitudes. I'm at my wit's end. Now, there's even a black spot on my hand. There was a long sigh full of despair from the other side of the phone. I didn't expect that it's the same on your side. Hey, who did this in the end? It's clear that they want us to completely annihilate the Meng clan. Meng Tianyu gritted her teeth and said with a glimmer of hope. Fourth uncle, do you have a way to deal with this black spot? The person on the other side sighed. Tianyu. Prepare for your funeral. Those with higher cultivation might be able to hold on for a while longer. Protect your heart meridians. Think of a way slowly. If you really can't find it, you can only accept your fate. Meng Tianyu took a breath and said. Fourth uncle, then. Take care of yourself. The other side laughed bleakly and said, Meng family. That year, the ancestor taught us that astral souls are the highest when it comes to benefits. Harming the human race is beyond redemption. After so many years, everyone in the Meng family, including the old and young, has long forgotten this teaching. Naturally, it's time to receive retribution. Ha ha, ha ha. Meng Tianyu was speechless for a long time. Tianyu. The ancestral grave is gone. You should make some arrangements. There's no need for you to worry about us. Fourth uncle said a few more words then hung up. Meng Tianyu sat in her chair and did not move for a long time. Meng Qinyu quietly walked in. Father. Meng Tianyu gently sighed and said, have you finished investigating? I'm still investigating. Meng Qinyu said, but everything that has happened now is very unfavorable to us. Exactly how unfavorable is it? Right now, you have already been restricted from leaving. I estimate. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and replied. It's fine. It's fine. Meng Tianyu did not mind and let out a bitter laugh, saying, the Meng family is truly finished. Meng Qinyu bit her lip. Father, do you have any other ideas? Ideas. Meng Tianyu pondered for a moment then said, what about Meng Qintian? My brother. Meng Qinyu said, he has been busy outside these past few days. How about I call him back so that everyone can sit down and discuss countermeasures? He is not your brother. Meng Tianyu said, he is not a member of our Meng family. Qinyu, you are also of the Meng family's bloodline. I fear that this disaster will also be difficult for you to escape. Right now, the only thing I am worried about is giving you a final idea to give you some hope of escaping this disaster. Meng Qinyu's mind was a mess. Father. That is not my brother. Meng Tianyu slowly said, listen. He is not a member of the Meng family. But now, the Meng family has suffered a backlash. Those surnamed Meng, like you and me, will all have difficulty escaping death. If you want to continue living, there are two methods. What methods? The first is to marry Meng Tian. Meng Tianyu closed her eyes and slowly said, the backlash that we are suffering right now is definitely a backlash from our luck. If you marry him, with his powerful luck, he can help you resist this curse. Like this, you will have a chance of survival. Meng Qinyu's face revealed a trace of hesitation, saying, what is the second method? The second method is to marry Zhuo Xiaoduo. Meng Tianyu closed her eyes and said, if my guess is correct, this backlash must have come from Zhuo Xiaoduo. If you marry him, as the person who set this trap, he will naturally have a way to protect your life. Meng Qinyu's beautiful face revealed an indescribable expression, saying, Father, there is actually a third method. Meng Tianyu frowned and opened her eyes. The third method? Meng Qinyu gently said, I will go find my master. Father, you should rest for a while. Saying this, she turned around and walked out. This time, she did not drive her favorite sports car. Instead, she directly left. Zhuo Xiaoyan accompanied Gu Luoyan's group, slowly strolling along the banks of Wen Shui River. The group originally planned to rush over to the scene of the incident to confirm the situation, but they quickly received a phone call, saying that only Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu had been killed by the No alliance. There were no other casualties. After receiving this phone call, Gu Luoyan was unhappy the entire time. She even lamented a lot and immediately sent people to collect the corpses. The No alliance is truly too arrogant. Gu Luoyan had already said this at least 7 or 8 times. Zhuo Xiaoyan just stood to the side and watched Mu Yan comfort Gu Luoyan. She could not help but feel a sense of superiority in her intelligence. This girl was truly too stupid. My family's dog was able to tell at a glance that there was something wrong with these two people. A famous singer like you actually could not tell after so many years. After a long time, Gu Luoyan's emotions finally calmed down. Sister, I'm sorry. Gu Luoyan apologized to Zhuo Xiaoyan. She was 3 years older than Zhuo Xiaoyan. The two women had already discussed this before. Sister Yan is a righteous person. It's a good thing. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled. Sigh. This is really unexpected. Gu Luoyan was still a little disappointed. Her eyes secretly swept over Zhuo Xiaoyan's face. The two divine shadow guards beside her were still invisible. They constantly observed Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yan's expressions. However, the master and disciple's expressions were still natural. There was no change in their emotions at all. But even so, the two divine shadow guards still felt that something was wrong. That night, Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu had offended He Yuanyue and offended Qin Fangyang. Then they were killed today. And when they were killed, they were all invited out. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that there was something very fishy about this. But they could not tell what was wrong. They did not even dare to voice out their suspicions. Chapter 273. At this time, a figure flew through the air. Master! It was Meng Qinyu. So it's Qinyu. Mu Yan's face sank, saying, Why did you come out instead of cultivating at home? Master! Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said, I want to say a few things to you. I have an important matter that I want to ask for your help with. Oh. Mu Yan turned her head and said, Nyen, accompany Yen, I will go talk to your junior sister in private. Yes, master. Zhuoxiaonian complied, then smiled at Meng Qinyu. Her attitude was completely the same as before. Meng Qinyu stared at Zhuoxiaonian for a while before leaving with Mu Yan. Gu Luoyan and Zhuoxiaonian continued to stroll along the river. Little sister Nian, why is your junior sister not coming with us? Gu Luoyan's question had a deeper meaning. Zhuoxiaonian calmly said, my junior sister is the beloved daughter of Meng Shi Group's chairman. During this period of time, Meng Shi Group has not been very peaceful. She stayed at home to help out a little and truly did not have the time to come out with us. I figure she is not in the mood to go sightseeing. Gu Luoyan nodded and said, so it's like that. In truth, I was a little surprised that Aunt Mu suddenly asked me out to sightsee. Based on my understanding of Aunt Mu, she is not the type to come out and sightsee. Zhuoxiaonian's gentle smile did not change, as she leisurely said, that is because elder sister's feelings for my master are different. Yes, Auntie Mu indeed sees me in a different light. Gu Luoyan said this, then continued, apparently, there is a lake on each side that sets off each other. Let's go see if the scenery is different. Okay. Zhuoxiaonian accompanied Gu Luoyan as they walked. She thought about it 7 or 8 times and felt that the things Gu Luoyan said after Mu Yan left did not sound out of place. But for each sentence, she could make out a different meaning. But Zhuoxiaonian didn't think too deeply about it. None of this has anything to do with me. I really don't know anything. Gu Luoyan was asking, Qingyin Dao. Who knows what reply he got, but Gu Luoyan's expression didn't change. Beside a small waterfall. What do you need my help with? Mu Yan said, you came here in such a hurry. Is it because your family's matter is not easy to deal with, and you're asking me for help? I really can't think of anything in Phoenix City that I can do that your Meng family can't. Meng Qinyu stared at Mu Yan for a long time, her face revealing a bitter expression, saying, Master, why have you been so cold to me during this period of time? Mu Yan said unhappily, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. You have already received all of my teachings. You have mastered all of my martial arts and techniques. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Where did the so-called master's indifference come from? Meng Qinyu, could it be that your understanding of not being cold is that you need your master to constantly flatter you for it to be good? Meng Qinyu lowered her head, disciple does not dare. Perhaps master has scolded me before, but there has never been such mockery. Mu Yan faintly smiled, saying, you came looking for me just because of this? The meaning of these words was, if you have nothing else, then there is no need to speak further. Meng Qinyu hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth, saying, Master, you should know a few things, right? What things should I know? That is. Meng Qinyu's expression kept changing. Suddenly, she steeled her heart, saying, Master, I also want to become a great expert. I also want you to be proud of me. I also want to soar above the highest heavens and become a true phoenix. Mu Yan nodded, I understand. I am very happy that you have this ambition to reach the heavens. Meng Qinyu despaired, saying, Master, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. I want to tell you everything, you. As a disciple, you have the ambition to reach the heavens. As a teacher, you are not stingy with your words of encouragement. Could it be that you wish for me to strike you down and say that you are destined to accomplish nothing? Mu Yan said coldly, what do you want to say? It doesn't matter to me whether you want to say it or not. I heard a disciple tell me that he wants to become stronger. There is only gratification in my heart. There is nothing else. There is really nothing else. Meng Qinyu gritted her teeth and said in a heavy voice, could it be that you already know about my family's feelings for senior sister? Or perhaps, my senior sister already knows about it, right? Mu Yan Yan's smile became even colder. You are speaking in such a way that it is unclear. How did you bring up your senior sister? What exactly is it? The matter of the phoenix vein. Meng Qinyu lowered her head, saying, there is also the matter of the phoenix pulse spirit. Mu Yan Yan faintly said, you are becoming more and more confusing. I am becoming more and more unable to understand what you are saying. The disgust in her voice increased by a few degrees. I trust. The matter of the primordial Yin soul being transferred. Master definitely knows about it. Meng Qinyu looked at Mu Yan Yan with her dead eyes and finally spoke about this matter. She herself could see that if she did not confess about this matter, she would not even have the chance to speak today. Mu Yan Yan would not pay any attention to any of her questions. Primordial Yin soul being transferred. He. Mu Yan Yan's cold smile reappeared. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword as it focused on Meng Qinyu. Qinyu. Tell me, how does your senior sister treat you? Senior sister treats me very well. She truly treats me as her own younger sister. She often teaches me about cultivation and constantly urges me to work hard. Meng Qinyu bitterly replied. That year, when she took you in as a disciple, you were still young and very playful. Your cultivation progress was not fast, and your meridians were only average. But after every cultivation session, your senior sister would give up on her own rest during the rest time. Using her shallow spiritual energy, she would help you circulate your blood and unblock your meridians. What is there that you don't know? Your senior sister taught you everything. I asked her to teach you, but you couldn't learn it. She was so anxious that she cried secretly. She demonstrated it to you over and over again. She showed you how to circulate her essence chi step by step, how to accelerate it, how to make the right posture, how to exert force. She disassembled everything for you and pushed you forward step by step. You were injured while cultivating. Your senior sister knelt in front of me and begged me to find you some medicine to heal your injuries. You liked to play and relied too much on external things. Your senior sister was afraid that you would suffer with those bad boys, so she often followed you through the night to protect your safety. There are many, many more. Just based on what I know, I can speak for a long time. Meng Qinyu. As Mu Yan Yan spoke, she finally could not restrain the anger in her heart. She said in a low voice, your method of repaying your senior sister is to arrange a soul transfer for her. So, you robbed her of her opportunities, ruined her life, destroyed her soul, tarnished her reputation, and did not even intend to let go of her body so that she would be a plaything for other people to vent their desires on forever? Then, you will use such a shameless and malicious method to transfer everything that originally belonged to her to you? Even if you cannot transfer everything and can only transfer less than half. You still want to do this? The more Mu Yan Yan spoke, the more agitated she became. Her white face was red with anger, and her eyes burned like a flame. On one hand, you deliberately planned this, and on the other hand, you pretended to be innocent in front of your senior sister, pretending to have deep sisterly love? Meng Qinyu, you really are good at acting. How could I be worthy of being your master? How could I have taught such a talented disciple? Your acting truly makes me, Mu Yan Yan, sigh endlessly. At your age, to have such flawless acting skills, you should not have entered the path of cultivation. You should have entered the entertainment circle. The title of Best Actress is not difficult at all. It is within your reach. Mu Yan Yan sighed. Looking at Meng Qinyu, who had her head lowered, quietly listening the entire time without saying a single word, her eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment and disgust. You do not need to say anything else. I know what your goal in coming here today is. You have discovered that the plan has already failed, and the Meng company is facing destruction. There is no way to reverse the situation. The soul transfer of your vital yin is even more impossible. The situation has already changed, and even you will not be able to survive for more than a few days. So, you have come to me this time to ask for a way out. You hope that I will still have some compassion for you, is that right? Mu Yan Yan sharply asked. Meng Qinyu took a deep breath and said, Disciple knows that her sins are grave, that she is despicable and shameless, and that she forgets kindness and violates justice. Everything that she has done is completely deranged. But, Master, everything that you have said has not yet been implemented. Master, all of those despicable actions are still only part of the plan. They have not yet been put into action. I have not caused any irreparable consequences. Master, you also said that to this day, all of our Meng family's arrangements have been completely destroyed. Especially the soul transfer of our vital yin, it has been reduced to nothing. It definitely cannot be carried out. Senior sister, naturally, has not suffered any actual losses. Senior sister has not suffered any losses, Master. Meng Qinyu cried and raised her head, saying, Master, I do not want to die. My life has only just begun. It has only just begun, Master. I have done something wrong. I have truly done something wrong, but I am only 18 years old. Master, in the future, as long as you and senior sister are willing to look after me, I will still have a future. The Meng family is already gone. Master, in the future, I can only rely on you and senior sister. Master, please help me. Meng Qinyu knelt on the ground and raised her delicate little face. Her face was covered in tears. I really do not want to die, Master. Mu Yan Yan suddenly felt a wave of nausea. So it turns out that you were aware of everything from beginning to end. Now, the so-called repentance is nothing more than the Meng family having reached its end. You have no one to rely on, so you thought of me and your senior sister. Mu Yan Yan sighed, Sorry, I cannot save you. Master. Meng Qinyu begged, You definitely have a way. Mu Yan Yan narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, That Meng Qin Tian. What kind of person is he? Chapter 274. Meng Qinyu heard this and froze for a moment before replying. Ever since I remembered things, I knew he was my older brother. But it was only last year when I learned about the plan of the soul transfer that I found out he was not my biological older brother. But I really do not know what kind of person he is, what kind of history he has, and what kind of background he has. Then what do you know? Mu Yan Yan angrily laughed, You only know how to steal your senior sister's position, steal her opportunities, and steal everything from her. Then you will be free and unfettered in the world, soaring through the clouds? Then, I cannot help you. Mu Yan Yan coldly said, Meng Qinyu, from this day forth, I, Mu Yan Yan, officially expel you from my Kunlun Taoist sect. Expel you from my Mu Yan Yan sect. From this day forth, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. For the sake of our past friendship, I will not take back your martial arts. You may leave. Master. Save me. Meng Qinyu fiercely hugged Mu Yan Yan's leg, I really do not want to die. I am only 18 years old. I am only 18 years old, Master. A gentle force came from Mu Yan Yan's body, silently sending Meng Qinyu 5 steps away. Mu Yan Yan's body gently floated up, and in the blink of an eye, she was over 10 meters in the air. Meng Qinyu wildly shouted from below, Master. Master. After so many years of relationship as master and disciple, you do not care about it in the slightest. Have you thrown it all to the back of your mind? Mu Yan Yan stopped in midair, her eyes filled with pain. Ever since she had taken Meng Qinyu in as a disciple, every scene flashed before her eyes. I will not kill you and not take back your cultivation. This is already taking into account our past relationship as master and disciple. The fate of master and disciple has come to an end. Take care of yourself. Before her voice fell, Mu Yan Yan's figure soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. On the ground, Meng Qinyu began to cry loudly. After Mu Yan Yan left, she did not immediately go find Zhuo Xiaoyan and the others. Instead, she hid herself in the clouds. After a long time, she wiped her eyes and walked out. Mu Yan was clear from the beginning why Meng Qinyu had come to find her, but she still held on to a final glimmer of hope. Had she been tricked? Was he too stupid to be deceived? Was it because he didn't know the whole story? He did not have the intention to kill Zhuo Xiaoyan and replace her. This meeting could be considered a farewell to Meng Qinyu. It was also an explanation that Mu Yan gave herself. But now, there was only utter disappointment, disgust, that at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was carrying 2 pieces of star iron that weighed more than 4,000 kilograms in the gravity room. He was doing various movements, such as holding them flat, swinging them, smashing them down, and beating them upside down. There were many different kinds of movements. After a round of training, Zhuo Xiaoduo was disheartened to find that he seemed to have overestimated himself. He had asked Wu Taijiang to forge 2 hammers, and one of them weighed 9,999 kilograms. It seemed that he was courting death. It was too heavy, far beyond what he could bear. Even if you can lift a 200 kilograms object with one hand, it doesn't mean that you can lift a 50 kilograms object with one hand and wave it around. Even if you can release an explosive force of 300,000 kilograms with one punch, it doesn't mean that you can wield a weapon of 10,000 kilograms at will or fight flexibly. The instantaneous explosive force of the whole body and the continuous force of one arm are 2 completely different things. They can't be compared at all, or even used as a reference. Zhuo Xiaoduo's current situation was like this. Not to mention that his hammers weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. They were just a little bit short of 20,000 kilograms. And this was when he had broken through the bottleneck of the innate realm. His strength had increased greatly compared to before, but he still couldn't catch up. I seem to have made a big joke out of myself. Master Zhuo was now desperately training his strength. As he trained, he muttered in his heart. After forging the weapon, I can't use it to fight for a short period of time. People ask, why? I answer, too heavy, can't carry it. Damn it, this is a stupid thing that can't be washed away for a lifetime. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt that he had lost all his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The most important thing was that not only he knew about it, but his parents and sister, Wu Taijiang, also knew it very clearly. Especially Nian Cat, she would probably laugh at this joke for the rest of her life. No matter how glorious he was in the future, with this dark history, he could imagine that he would be suppressed for the rest of his life. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of sorrow as he thought about it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Oh, it was actually a call from Dad. Your hammer has already been hammered. Come and get them in the afternoon. Sure enough, what he was afraid of came true. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately fell into a blissful worry. Oh, this master will definitely lose face this time. But it doesn't matter, now I'm only losing face in front of Dad. What else could it be? I didn't feel embarrassed when he hugged me and played with me naked when I was young. Now, this is nothing. Well, it's not embarrassing. After thinking about it, Master Zhuo suddenly felt, if I had a choice, of course, it would be to embarrass myself in front of Dad. Other than this, what other choice do I have? Do I want to embarrass myself in front of others? It's only right to embarrass myself in front of Dad. It's glorious. It's justified. With this thought, Master Zhuo immediately calmed down. He even felt a little proud. So what if I'm embarrassed? I'm just trying to make Dad smile. A smile makes me 10 years younger. I'm a filial son. He continued to cultivate calmly and asked for leave in the afternoon to get the hammers. Mo Xuanyi had been strolling around the left side of the East City Wall for a long time. This was a slum area. As far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated houses everywhere, and there were all kinds of unpleasant smells mixed together. She came very early. She saw many people coming out of the dilapidated houses, dressed in bright clothes, with a face full of longing and hope. They went to work, to work, to work hard for their dreams. After 8 o'clock, the crowd was gone. What could be seen were people dressed in ordinary, plain, or even shabby clothes. The streets in this area looked very narrow, or perhaps the original streets were not narrow, but now it was occupied by many things. All kinds of fragrances filled the air, all kinds of snacks, all kinds of food, all kinds of small restaurants, a dazzling lineup, too much for the eye to take in. For Mo Xuanyi, although Zhou Xiaoduo pointed out the direction to this area, but just by looking at the buildings in this slum area, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. How could she find them? How long would it take? But in Mo Xuanyi's heart, there was not the slightest impatience. Instead, she calmed down. Looking at the people coming and going, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. My parents should be like them, right? Hidden among these people are the most ordinary people. Just like these people. She walked back and forth in this area with a strange emotion surging in her heart. She seemed to be aimless, but also seemed to have a clear goal. She arrived at this place around 6 o'clock in the morning, until 11:30 in the afternoon. Like a ghost, she strolled back and forth, looking from house to house. From beginning to end, she did not talk to anyone, nor did she respond to anyone who tried to strike up a conversation. At this time, the abnormally strong smell of food once again filled the air. Being hit by all kinds of fragrances, she finally recovered some of her spirit and attention. Looking up, it was already noon. After thinking for a while, she walked into a small shop by the roadside. She seemed to have stopped in front of this shop just now. Miss, what would you like to eat? Our shop special mutton soup. Let's have mutton soup. Mo Xuanyi looked around and saw that this small shop was only a few square meters in size, selling the same thing, mutton soup with sesame seed cakes. Of course, you can also order sesame seed cakes or mutton soup. The owners were a couple, looking to be in their 40s or 50s. Their simple faces were filled with fatigue and vicissitudes, as well as a little bit of hope for the future. When the mutton soup was served, Mo Xuanyi did not rush to eat, but turned her head and asked, "Auntie, I want to ask you something, is it convenient for you?" "Customer, if you have something to ask, just say it." The lady boss wiped her hands. "Have you heard of any family that lost a child in this area?" "It's been about 30 years. Mo Xuanyi asked. There are too many families that have lost their children in this area. The lady boss's thin face showed sympathy. Basically every year, there are many children who mysteriously disappear. Many of them were taken away by some master. If they informed the master before they left, some of them would come back to take a look. However, there was no news of most of them. I don't know if they were killed, eaten, or... Mo Xuanyi did not expect that there would be so many families that had lost their children. The clues that she thought would be useful were completely useless. This answer surprised her and made her feel even more disappointed. "Miss, you came back to look for your family?" Looking at Mo Xuanyi's expression, the lady boss carefully asked. Mo Xuanyi hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. I am the child that was separated from my parents." Mo Xuanyi only felt a surge of bitterness. "I've been asking around for many years, and recently I got some reliable news that my parents are living in this area." "Miss, what you're doing is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe someone knows that you're looking for your family and set a trap to deceive you. You also said that you've been away from home for 30 years, how could you get any reliable news?" While the lady boss expressed her sympathy, she also tried to persuade her tactfully. Every word and sentence was out of consideration for Mo Xuanyi. "It's that Master Zhou who said. My parents are in this area of the East City. His divination skills are extremely accurate, and he has never failed." Mo Xuanyi said sadly, "But I've been searching for half a day. Although I have a rough idea of where they are, there are still too many people. Chapter 275. It's in this area. That Masters was said that. The proprietress was stunned. Although they had never gone to Masters Wa for a physiognomy or to ask about his fortune, they had heard of Masters Wa's wondrous foresight. Since Masters Wa said so, then it's most likely true. Although the Eastern District is not small, as long as we put in the effort, we will definitely reap some rewards. The proprietress said confidently. At this time, the proprietress who was washing the pot next to them said without looking back, "Sigh, I remember that the two old blockheads in the back street pooled their money together and went to Masters Wa for fortune-telling a few days ago. They had brought all their savings with them, but Masters Wa only took 1 yuan and told them that their daughter might come to find them in a few days." At this point, he suddenly turned around like a whirlwind and stared at Mo Xuanyi with his eyes wide open. He opened and closed his mouth and made some meaningless sounds. That Nua Nua Hee River. Mo Xuanyi's expression suddenly tensed up. The old blockheads in the back street. Old blockheads. The proprietress's expression was very funny, full of shock. The words that had yet to be spoken were written all over his face. "You're not their lost daughter, are you? Uncle, where? Where is the house of the old man surnamed Mu that you mentioned?" Mo Xuanyi suddenly felt a little dizzy. It's in the back street. The proprietress suddenly woke up from the shock and said excitedly, "I know his house. Miss, I'll take you there." "Thank you, Auntie, thank you for your trouble." Mo Xuanyi's voice trembled. Can I borrow your room? I'll change my clothes. And then go there." "Okay, no problem." Mo Xuanyi was still the ordinary girl she was when she went to Zhuo Xiaoduo for fortune-telling. It could be said that she was very ugly, very ugly. But a moment later, the owner and his wife witnessed with their own eyes the fairy tale of an ugly duckling suddenly turning into a fairy. The girl just now had a dark face and freckles all over her face. She was short and didn't look good. Or rather, she was very ugly. She didn't have the slightest outstanding appearance. The couple was still thinking that if old blockhead's daughter really came back, even if she wasn't good-looking, at least she looked very simple. Maybe he could matchmake his son. At the very least, her buttocks were still quite big. It seemed that she was very fertile. That was a good cover. However, when that ugly girl walked out of her room again, it was as if she had undergone a great transformation, as if she was a completely different person. The change was so great that even the countenance of a flower and the moon could not be described. She was tall and slender, with a sexy figure. Her face and facial features made her look like a celestial being transformed into a human. She was dressed in black, and her hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. She was like a legendary fairy descending to the mortal world, quietly appearing in front of them. "Auntie, let's go." Mo Xuanyi looked around nervously. "Look at my appearance, do I look okay? I came from a faraway place, but I was afraid of encountering danger, so I didn't dare to show my true face." Well, with this girl's beautiful appearance, it was reasonable that she didn't dare to show her true face. But speaking of which, was it okay? As the lady boss led the way, this sentence echoed in her mind. Was it okay? Of course it was okay. It was okay, I don't even dare to think about it anymore. Such a celestial being, our family can't afford to raise her back street. Old blockhead, old blockhead. There's great news for your family. Mo Xuanyi looked at the extremely dilapidated single-story house with a sad heart. Although it was called a door, it was actually just a few pieces of broken wood nailed together. It had a small courtyard and 2 small rooms. Hearing the shout, an old lady came out shakily. Old blockhead went to work. "Isn't this the Ma family's little sister? Why did you come to visit? Is the business not good?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Mo Xuanyi standing outside the door that could no longer be blocked. Emo Shwani's eyes were red as she stood there, staring at the old lady who was so old that she could fall to the ground with a gust of wind. Her face was full of tears. The old lady was stunned, her old face instantly became as white as paper. She trembled as she walked forward, her eyes staring unblinkingly at Emo Xianyi's face. The closer she got, the clearer she could see, the more tears flowed out of her eyes. She could no longer see the person in front of her clearly. This is. The old lady wiped her eyes. This. How? Who is it? Why is it? It's the same as when I was young. I. The more she wiped, the more tears fell. Her body was clearly touching the door, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Emo Shwani rushed forward a few steps, rushing through the door like a gust of wind. He held the old lady and said in a trembling voice, You. Have you lost a child before? Feeling Emo Shwani holding her, she felt the warmth of his hands. The old lady stared at Emo Shwani with teary eyes, wiping with all her strength. She looked at Emo Shwani in a daze, as if she was in a dream. I lost. My Nan was taken away by someone. Her lips trembled. My Nan has a mole behind her neck, a birthmark on her shoulder, and a birthmark on her thigh. When she was young, her father accidentally burned her feet, leaving a scar. My Nan. She can't be lost, she has so many marks on her body. Emo Shwani's tears came out crazily. She turned her head, squatted down, and pulled open her collar, sobbing, Is it here? The old lady's eyes widened. Gurgling sounds came from her throat as she gasped for air, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Mother! Emo Xianyi cried out, rushing forward to hug the old woman without any explanation. There was no need to confirm anything. The most secret marks on her body, the marks that no one other than herself should know, were all known by this old lady, so there was no need to confirm anything. Even his own master might not know about these private imprints. The only person who could know was her mother. Only her birth mother would firmly engrave these marks in her heart, not forgetting them for decades. After a long time, the old lady woke up and hugged Emo Shwani, crying loudly. For a moment, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Auntie Ma, who was watching from the side, also felt extremely sad. She was happy that the mother and daughter had reunited, but she also felt that it was really not easy for the mother and daughter. You two can cry slowly. No. You two can talk slowly. I say, sister-in-law, hurry and bring our daughter in. Why are you crying at the door? This is a joyous occasion. Don't cry anymore, don't let your tears wash away the joy. Aunt Ma was very enthusiastic. You two can chat first, I'll go call old Blockhead back and have him buy some food and wine, so you two can reunite. When things settle down in a few days, we'll have a table to celebrate your family reunion. Everyone can have fun together. After saying that, she walked out with a smile on her face, but as she walked, she wiped her eyes. 30 years of separation, this family really had not had it easy. Now, they were finally reunited, so she was really happy for them. The old lady pulled Emo Shwani into the room, then began to wipe the chair and let her daughter sit down. She washed the teacup again and again, carefully. Darling. The tea at home is not good. You might not be used to it, I'll ask your father to buy some later. This house is too dirty, your father and I have been lazy these years, don't dislike it, sit anywhere, just sit, don't. You don't have to do these. It won't dirty your clothes. Looking at the old lady's face full of joy and worry that her daughter would dislike her, her face full of happiness and tears. Emo Shwani's tears gushed out like a spring. She gently walked over and hugged her mother, pressing her whole body against her. Mother. The old woman's body trembled. She gently and tentatively hugged her daughter with her wrinkled and cracked hands. Slowly, she hugged her daughter tighter and tighter. It was as if she had used up all her remaining strength, afraid that her daughter, whom she had reunited with, would suddenly disappear again. The heavens have eyes. Not long later, Old Wood also came back, carrying food and wine in his hands, a bruise on his forehead, and an indescribable excitement in his eyes. Old lady. Old lady. Is there a guest? His words and tone were full of unspeakable fear and uneasiness, as well as endless hope and longing. Your father is back. The old lady's emotions had already stabilized, and she said with a trembling voice, Darling is back, her father. The family was finally reunited, and everything was complete. There was an indescribable bitterness and endless sorrow. They quietly sat facing each other, looking at each other. Tears suddenly flowed down their faces. For a long time, no one said a single word. Mo Shwani's eyes were red, and she gently washed the vegetables, cooked, and poured tea for the two elders. She stubbornly refused to let the two elders interfere, and only wanted to serve the two elders' first meal alone. Her drifting heart gradually calmed down during this process. It was just a dilapidated little house, but at this moment, in her heart, it was more precious and warm than 10,000 jade palaces. Because in this house, there were her parents, her biological parents. Father. Mother. After calling out these 2 times, Mo Shwani was so happy that she wanted to cry, but also wanted to laugh. From now on, I also have a family, and I will no longer be lonely, and cold. The food and wine were quickly prepared. To be honest, Mo Shwani's cooking skills were really not that good. But Old Wood and his wife ate with relish, feeling that they had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Old Wood even broke the taboo of many years, and drank 3 full cups of white wine, and he was not drunk. Chapter 276. People were in high spirits during happy events. The hearts of the 3 of them were slowly filled with happiness and contentment. They were reunited. Good times always passed quickly. By the time they finished eating and cleared the table, it was already past 8:00 in the evening. The whole family sat around the small table again, their expressions much more stable. Especially the questions that they had been afraid to ask before, they were finally probing, deliberating, asking, and speaking. Darling, you are now a practitioner, right? Old Wood's eyes were filled with hope. Yes. But a sect of the UMNO Alliance? Old Wood's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Is it the Voracious Wolf sect? Dad! How do you know about this? Mo Shwani was really shocked this time. He had once mentioned to Aunt Ma that he was a practitioner, and his original appearance was different from normal people. So, it was not surprising that his parents could tell that he was abnormal. However, his father could tell that he was from the UMNO Alliance, and even the Voracious Wolf sect. It was a little surreal. Child, you don't know, but your mother and I were practitioners back then. And we had both practiced to the acme of the embryonic breathing realm, about to break through to the primordial elixir realm. We could be considered as decent practitioners. Old Wood said slowly, our ancestral home is in Phoenix City. During your great-grandfather's time, he joined the army to resist the invasion of the UMNO Alliance. Later, he settled down at the Sun Moon Pass. When it came to me, my aptitude for practice was not bad, so I naturally became a practitioner. After that, my parents, brothers, and family all died in the battle with the UMNO Alliance. This was a common occurrence for a family that settled down at the Sun Moon Pass. It was nothing special and not worthy of praise. My name is Mu Tsong Jun. Your mother's name is Lu Yanba. The 2 of us are classmates and can be considered as childhood sweethearts. At that time, the war situation was not very tense. It was not like now where martial arts seedlings from the academy were recruited so easily. But because of our family's hatred for our country, we worked hard to train and accumulate our strength, waiting for the day when we could go to the battlefield and kill our enemies. However, during that training, 7 or 8 of us entered the outer area of the roaring tiger forest to train. Based on our cultivation at that time, we could only train in the outer area. However, we accidentally encountered a competitor from another academy. Both sides fought over resources. That's because the spirit medicine was already ours. Naturally, we weren't willing to give it up. Furthermore, the enemy outnumbered us. At that time, your mother and I weren't married yet. We rushed into Roaring Tiger Forest with the spirit medicine in our arms. In our panic, we triggered some sort of restriction. And triggered a hidden formation. Your mother and I were trapped in there. There was nothing we could do. We could only suffer in there. Later, I felt that we wouldn't be able to get out for a while. So, I cut down some trees and built a house in there. During those days, we ate raw meat and drank blood. It's really hard to talk about. But it was also because we supported each other during that period of time that we felt that we were in love with each other and became husband and wife. We stayed in that formation for a full 6 years. Your mother got pregnant. And then you were born. After we stayed in Roaring Tiger Forest for a full 10 years, your mother and I both broke through to the inner core realm. During those years, I studied that formation day and night, trying to find a way out. It's fine if it's just the two of us. No matter how dangerous it is, it's fine if it's just the two of us. It's fine if it's just the two of us. But with you, you'll eventually grow up. Are we going to let you stay with us until we grow old? Our daughter, how can you not see the outside world for the rest of your life? Under the dim yellow light, Muzong-jun slowly recounted the events of the past. Mo Xuanyi held back her tears and listened quietly. Finally, on that day, there seemed to be 2 experts fighting nearby. Their power was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the battle shook the foundation of the formation, causing a gap to appear in the formation that trapped us. It was enough for one person to pass through and escape. Your mother and I took advantage of this opportunity. We didn't bring anything but you and used all our cultivation to escape. Once we get out of the formation, everything will be easy. As long as we find the right direction, it will take us less than a day to reach the periphery of the Roaring Tiger Forest, which is within the range of our human strength. However, just when we were slightly relieved, the nightmare came. That's right. We met people from the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect, and it was the infamous Granny Greedy Wolf of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect. There was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. We were caught and interrogated about our origins. After learning that we came out of the Roaring Tiger Forest formation, Granny Greedy Wolf asked us to take her into that formation again. It was then that we knew that in this formation, there was actually a cave left by a senior who had lived for countless years. There were countless treasures and inheritances in it. Although the two of us didn't have the fortune or fate to obtain the inheritance of the senior and returned empty-handed from the treasure mountain, how could we give those precious things to the people of the Umno Alliance, to our enemies? Your mother and I swore to die. That Granny Greedy Wolf tortured us for 3 days and 3 nights, but we still didn't agree. A strong sense of pride flashed across Muzong-jun's eyes. Mo Xuanyi also hugged her mother's shoulder with heartache. As Granny Greedy Wolf's disciple, she knew very well how ruthless her master was. When it came to torturing people, she could turn a bronze man into juice. Her parents actually endured 3 days and 3 nights of torture and still didn't give in. This stubbornness was enough to make anyone admire them. If this matter was spread out, that there were people who could endure 3 days and 3 nights of torture by Granny Greedy Wolf without giving in, most of the people in the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect would think that it was not a joke, but a legend. But it was also those 3 days and 3 nights of torture that destroyed our foundation. Even our primordial spirits were almost destroyed. Our life's cultivation was reduced to nothing, and our bodies were badly damaged. And in the end, we thought that our family of 3 would step on the road to the Yellow Springs together, but we didn't expect that Granny Greedy Wolf would say that the 2 of you had forced Granny Greedy Wolf to use all her means to no avail. It was really impressive, and worthy of my admiration. Since Granny Greedy Wolf didn't make you spit out your mouths, I won't kill you. However, you've humiliated Granny Greedy Wolf, so you'll have to bear the pain of being separated from your flesh and blood for the rest of your life." After saying that, she grabbed you and left. At that time, you were only 3.5 years old. Tears flowed down Moo Sung-juin's face. Not 3.5 years old. It was 3 years, 4 months, and 11 days. On the other side, Liu Yanba added leisurely, "Until now, it's been 31 years, 7 months, and 8 days. Mo Xuanyi's tears fell like rain. In his mother's heart, she actually remembered the time when he left her embrace so clearly. These 31 years, she probably counted them day by day. What a torturous time it was. How much we wanted to find you, even if we had to sacrifice our lives, it wouldn't matter. But in this world, there are too many things that can't be done. The will is the power. Back then, our teacher told us that even if we gathered all the strength of our school and had the help of the army, the hope of finding you was next to nothing. What's more, our cultivation was crippled, and we were all ready. Later, it was the old principal who used his connections with the graduates of the army, and who knows how many twists and turns, to ask Marshal Dongfang to make a prophecy. At that time, the army had just won a great victory, and Marshal Dongfang was in a good mood, so he specially came to take a look. At that time, Marshal Dongfang said, "Return to where you came from. The ancestral shadow will protect you, and your loyal souls will never die. In Phoenix City, there will be a ceremony for the arrival of the Phoenix. Live in poverty and keep your chastity, and we will meet again in this life." It was these words. Your mother and I sold all our family assets, and the old principal sent 4 classmates to send us back to our hometown, Phoenix City. But on the way. Cough cough. When Moo Sung-jun said this, Liu Yanba suddenly coughed for a long time. Mo Xuanyi was puzzled, but she didn't ask. "It's fine, what can't you tell your own daughter?" Moo Sung-jun said indifferently, "But on the way, those 4 people took everything we had and ran away. At that time, your mother and I couldn't walk, and there was nothing we could do. Fortunately, those 4 people didn't find the little money I hid under my shoe. We relied on this little money, and begged along the way to return to Phoenix City." When Moo Sung-jun spoke of this tragic past, there wasn't much hatred in his voice, and his tone was very calm. It was probably because after a few decades, he had become indifferent to everything. But Mo Xuanyi clenched her fists tightly. Looking at her old parents in front of her, their bodies in decline. She knew very well how her parents felt at that time. Reaching the inner core realm at the age of marriage, and becoming a martial grandmaster, with such cultivation speed, they could be said to be geniuses of the human race, 1 in 10,000 geniuses. No matter if it was her parents, they were once true geniuses of their generation. After a misfortune, their cultivation was crippled, their daughter was taken away, their flesh and blood were separated, and their bodies were crippled. From being geniuses of their generation, they were beaten to the depths of hell. And then on the way back to their hometown, they were robbed by their former classmates. How sorrowful was this? How tragic was this? Begging all the way back home, a long journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Mo Xuanyi couldn't imagine how her parents persevered, and how they finished that journey. At that time. If not for General Dongfang's prophecy, and the fact that I still had to wait until I saw you. I'm afraid your mother and I. Moo Sung-jun chuckled and didn't continue. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Those 4 people, what were their names? Mo Xuanyi gritted her teeth, the hatred in her eyes almost bursting through the sky. Chapter 277. Don't say it. Liu Yanba stopped her. Nan Nan is still young, how can she fight against such evil people? Nan Nan, when your cultivation is strong enough, we will naturally tell you. She almost begged her daughter. Nan Nan, don't ask, okay? Mom begs you. Mom! Mo Xuanyi cried out, if I don't avenge my parents, how can I be human? Hearing this, Mu Songjuan's old face suddenly glowed with a strange light, as he murmured, parents' revenge. No need to avenge your parents. Mo Xuanyi was dumbstruck. She understood her father's meaning. If she didn't avenge her parents, how could she be human? But speaking of her parents' biggest enemy, the real enemy was not the 4 students who robbed her parents, but Granny Greed Wolf. Your master. The master who raised you and taught you everything. Child. Lu Yanba grabbed Mo Xianyi's hand and said in a trembling voice, we don't ask for revenge, I just want you to live a peaceful life. Revenge. Don't avenge it. This is your parents' fate, it has long been decided, to be famous, to be noble, to be ordinary, to be poor, to not fight for anything. Lu Yanba's eyes were filled with tears. Mo Xuanyi's expression changed. What should I do? Our daughter is coming home today, it is a joyous occasion for our family. Mu Songjun said with the air of the head of the family, rest first, we can talk about unhappy things later. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked his daughter's hair, softly saying, your mother and I have already descended to the mortal world, we will not interfere with your future. Dad? Mo Xianyi raised his head in shock, staring at his father in astonishment. Her father's eyes were full of tolerance, full of love, and full of fear of losing her. Your future path is up to you to choose. Mu Songjun smiled bitterly, as parents, since we can't pave the way for our child, why should we interfere with her future? We only ask for one thing, no matter when, no matter what. You must be safe. Mo Xuanyi's tears flowed down. Before parting. Master's words. You and your responsibilities, your burdens. You must. Comparing the two, Mo Xuanyi lay on the table, crying for a long time. Rewind time to a few hours ago. Afternoon. Zhuo Xiaoduo applied for leave and ran out of the school like a wisp of smoke, skipping towards the business district. My hammer. My kitty hammer. My 99 cat hammer. Other than a few key points, everything else was perfect. I couldn't wait to see it. Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed into the Astral Soul's stone shop like a whirlwind. What are you shouting for? Zhuo Changlu raised his head from behind the tea table and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Could it be that you've broken through to the great Grandmaster realm? So happy. He. Zhuo Xiaoduo scurried behind his father and massaged his shoulders attentively. Dad, my hammer. Are you done? All right. Then let's go over and take a look. Your Uncle Wu is still installing the chains and making the final adjustments. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. Zhuo Changlu was unperturbed. This was not the time to go over. This was the final and critical moment. If he went over now, that guy would definitely grumble and complain. In half an hour, everything would be done. Who would care about his nagging? On the other side, the sound of Wu Tiejiang's sledgehammer kept coming at an exasperated frequency. At the moment before the completion was the last chance for a divine blacksmith to ask for benefits or favors. Why wasn't that old man coming over yet? His son was already here. Why were the father and son drinking tea so leisurely and watching him work? I'm done. Wu Taijiang shouted angrily from the other side. Take your time, there's no hurry. Zhuo Zhanglu's unhurried voice drifted over, you can check it again. If there's any flaw, your nephew will find it out later. Then, you'll have thrown him to all corners of the world. You'll never have the chance to clear your name. What the fuck? Wu Taijiang checked carefully, this threat is so fucking ruthless. He checked again and called again. It's really good this time. Okay, it's really coming this time. Then, it was Zhuo Changlu's turn to show up with his son. Wu Taijiang said angrily, check it. Is there a need to check it? If anyone dares to say, check it, when it's made by Wu Taijiang, I'll be the first to teach them a lesson. Wu Taijiang, that's more like it. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled and said, little duo, take a look. Look carefully and see if there's anything wrong with it. Frankly speaking, your Uncle Wu will probably leave tomorrow. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Taijiang coughed and said seriously, Brother Zhuo, I've been here long enough. If you think it's okay, I'll leave tonight. Zhuo Chenglu squinted. Xiao Nan ran away with the car. Are you going to follow his example and run away with the shop? Cough, cough, cough. How can I? Wu Taijiang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Xiong is stingy by nature. How can I be compared to him? I still have the task you gave me to finish, right? Zhuo Chenglu crossed his legs and said lightly, there's no need to rush some tasks. You have to finish tonight's family dinner. Wu Tiejiang's face turned pale. He turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo, Duo, your Uncle Wu treats you well. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to improve. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. He looked at the two pairs of hammers in front of him. Yes, two pairs of hammers that were exactly the same. Although the pair on the left is the same size as the other pair, their weight is more than twice as light. One of the hammers weighs 2,000 kilograms, and the other weighs 2,000 kilograms. They're made of heavenly witchcraft copper with a little heavenly fire iron. Of course, this pair is for you to practice martial arts or to deal with unimportant enemies. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched a few times. To be honest, when he asked for the hammers, he just said it casually. But now, looking at the hammers that were more than half a cubic meter in size, he felt that they were really too big. It was simply a synonym for big but inappropriate. He stretched out his hands, channeled his martial arts, and exerted his strength. The two hammers were held in his hands. Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Chenglu on the opposite side immediately covered their faces. The pair of hammers instantly blocked their line of sight. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was completely hidden. They couldn't see him at all. With a wave of his left hand and a wave of his right hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's two hammers moved like a wild horse parting its mane. He stood on one leg like a golden rooster, and with a light buzz, he transformed into a rock spreading its wings that he felt that he was very powerful and awesome. These two hammers can be controlled freely and move according to one's will. They are very practical, but when it comes to actual combat, it's lacking without a chain. It can't display all the uses of this pair of hammers. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Before Wu Taijiang could say anything, Zhuo Xiaoduo said himself, but this is good. If you use this pair of hammers all the time and switch to the other one at a critical moment, not only will the strength change, but it can also fly out suddenly to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, it can be used in a complicated way. It can be used for long-range attacks and close-range attacks. It's all good. He. That's too sinister. Uncle Wu, you're too sinister. Wu Taijiang. What the hell? How did I become the sinister one? You came up with these tricks yourself, okay? Putting down the lighter pair of hammers, Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the other pair of hammers that were heavier. He weighed them in his hand and felt that they were okay. Then, he struck a pose, lifting them up and putting them down. He felt comfortable. Then, he struck the pose of a rock spreading its wings. Then, there was a light cracking sound from the joints of his arms. Pfft! Zhuo Chenglu spat out a mouthful of tea. Wu Taijiang coughed repeatedly. The two of them were both experts in cultivation and martial arts. How could they not know what that crack just now represented? What did it mean? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly and with assurance. Uncle Wu, please explain the different techniques of this hammer. If you could demonstrate it, I would be very grateful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's smile was very pure and innocent. It seemed that everything was logical and natural. Shy. Awkward. Embarrassed. What was that? I, Master Zhuo, don't know. Ha ha ha. Wu Taijiang burst out laughing. Then, he gave him a teasing look. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained calm. He didn't even blush. What a joke. Was this considered embarrassing? It didn't count at all. This young master had come prepared, so what was this little token? The corner of Wu Tiejiang's mouth twitched. He turned his head and saw Zhuo Changlu standing on the side. He looked very relaxed. How could he not understand that Zhuo Xiaoduo's shameless godly skill was obviously passed down in his family? This was the ultimate technique of the Zhuo family. At least, he couldn't break through it. He couldn't do it to the old or the young. He sighed. Use your divine sense to explore the hammers. Each of these 2 hammers has 99 edges. In other words, there are 99 hammer faces. There are 2 small mechanisms hidden in each hammer face. One of the higher ones can shoot the oxhair needles you mentioned earlier. However, the hammer face is not small. So, I changed the oxhair needles into conical needles. There are 100 needles inside. You can shoot 1 needle at a time. If the time is a little longer, you can shoot more than 1. You can decide the number yourself. If you need to deal with a large number of enemies from all directions, you can press all of them. There are more than 9,000 conical needles inside. They can be shot out in a very short time. Everything within 1,000 meters will be within the attack range. It will be faster than light within 100 meters. The tip of the conical needles is made of Cloud's soul silver. It is good at breaking through inner yuan defenses. Zhuo Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. He used his divine sense to explore with all his concentration. The other button that is slightly lower can control the conical needles made of flaming iron. It can shoot 1 needle at a time. There are 10 needles in each mechanism. Wonderful. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.